what up, Sleepy? The ceiling is above me right now. I'm not. I was supposed to touch grass earlier. I do not prefer that. Grass-colored carpet is turf, and turf hurts. Oi! What the heck is going on? So the game saved my place? For real? I thought I closed it. Today's Dia Day. Not for me, though. Dia Day won't be until at least 3.6. I will patiently wait for Ayaka. Just jump right in.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. I have gratitude.
I am grateful. I have gratitude. Thanks so much.
There's nothing special about these, yeah? It's just our B and C team. How's your day been? It's alright. It's alright. I woke up at like 9:30 today. It was pretty nice. The only problem now is that oh, speaking of which, I'll worry about that later, or forget about it, one of the two. Fire Emblem Heroes can wait. I have a thing right now where I get up and I don't have urgency. So I will quite literally just... Why is this controller giving me such issues? Weird. I'm having this issue where I don't have urgency when I get up, and that just means it's a good, like, hour at least before I actually move off of where I was sleeping. But other than that, I've been waking up decently early. I would still like to be up earlier, but that's a completely different problem at the moment. But I got up after doing that whole thing, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna relax a little bit, maybe play a little game that I haven't played on stream, like just something that I can do on my own. I did not do that. I got up, took a shower, ate some fruit, brushed my teeth, went into my room, and shit, was it somebody in Discord? Let's see how far back this goes. Yes. Once I was done with all of that, Silver messaged in Discord, said that the thing reminded them of Smash, and I was like, oh, well, shit. And then I started poking at it a little bit, more learning other stuff in Photoshop, stuff that might have worked, but didn't end up panning out in any sense. But I learned a couple new things, and so that technically meant that I started doing work at like 12 o'clock. And then I started fiddling around with other stuff, just like beeping at the keyboard. And then it was 3 o'clock. It's like, oh, I kind of have to go now. But I'm doing the thing that I did before with the team setup where it's just my low-level characters. I don't know who's actually got supports. It'll happen in no time! Well, we know that Linhardt and Dorothea have one, since they're from the same class. Same with Bernadetta. But is that really what I want? I mean, it's natural, I guess. We'll see if there's any shared people among those three. After we look at the map, what's poppin'? Okay, so we've got the map that always gives me trouble. Not a ton of magic users here, so we might send the Black Eagles down this way. Yeah, Dorothea and Linhardt both use magic. It's just Bernadetta who doesn't. And there's a couple people over here that we can kill, I guess. And then we can just send everybody else up top. That's a more regular group of enemies, not a bunch of armored folk. Oh wait, I guess I have to know who else is on the team, huh? We'll just write them down elsewhere. Cyril, Shamir, Mercedes, Ignatz. Ignatz? My boy is underleveled. Hanneman and Ingrid. I'm missing somebody. Who did I skip over? Ash. Doesn't look like Bernadetta has any of those guys. Linhardt also does not. He's got one with Hanneman. And Dorothea also has one with Hanneman. And another spellcaster. That's wonderful. Except he's a super duper glass cannon. Everybody else can just go in their group, or should I have... Maybe I should have Ignatz bait them out over there. Ignatz has a lot of supports with Ingrid. So that's kind of, I don't know. Shamir as well? Shamir as well. So that's kind of out of the question. Which one of these units can actually take a hit? Literally like none of them. I don't know what to do about that. Linhardt could theoretically do it. But he doesn't have high defense. Ooh. Holy smokes. They have a high attack stat too. Tell you what. Let's do just a little bit of finagling first. A little finagle. Okay, yeah, 3 blue lions over here. This, yeah. I guess it might just be those 4 struggling. Just went to do the Archon quest because you had a sudden urge, but the servers are in maintenance? No way. I thought it didn't start until like 5 Central. I'm about to, every single time somebody mentions time, I'm about to be like, oh yeah, I thought it didn't start until 3 Pacific, 5 Central, 6 Eastern. What's this? Do they roll it out in, like, waves? I'm kind of confused. Because I feel like this happened last time. Somebody mentioned that the servers were down for them. I'm logged in. Oh, they're about to be. Okay, okay. So my estimation is an hour off. This is so sad. Well, we'll get an adjutant on Ash. So I'm still trying to weed out who can and can't have a support with him. But unfortunately, that means getting everybody to a point where they actually have a C support. Except, like, Marianne and Ash, I just can't do it because it's too late. But I didn't know it was too late until afterward. Let's go with Happy. That doesn't ring a bell. At least not too loud of a bell. Okay, bust out that notes document again. I want Cyril to have action. I need to give Cyril an axe. Hold up. Wait a minute. Cyril, you can keep the silver bow. Get rid of that thing. Get rid of the trade secret. Let's get you some nice stuff here. Except all of my good axes are taken. Maybe I should unrust some of those axes. No, wait, how do you... Oh, I don't think you can from here. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. But I want him to have something nice. Cyril, what's your attack? You don't even have a lot of strength. You are all dexterity. I'm just going to buy one. A silver axe? Yeah. He can already use a bow, so a hand axe or a short axe doesn't really make a difference.
Thanks a bunch.
You are welcome.
Come back.
Let's look at those Cyril supports. Who's not on the team that needs it? We will just go with Seteth, I think. Or, wait, who was the other one from my class? Lysithia's got 2 more. She should be fine on levels. If I can find her. 32, she's actually not too far behind the pack. Versus Seteth, who's already 33. Okay. Wait, what am I doing? Dude! How buttons? Cyril. Right. Flying unit. You can't do that. Shamir should have the most empty supports. Oh, yeah. Kaspar. Alright, seems swanky. Let's hope that I can make this work.
I'm awake.
Okay, let's see what happens to you. What is he going to do? It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. That's still pretty brutal, though.
I do this for all of us.
Bernadetta, do you have... You have 3 range. This should help him out.
More
Dorothea.
My turn?
Increase her magic. That's pointless. Keep Thoron on him. This setup should keep them in... Ooh. Okay, so... They're all going to survive with literally 1 HP.
At your service.
I'm going to keep Mercedes in the back over here. So she can at least... maybe help them out a little bit. I don't have to worry about these guys. I'll just make a slow approach.
Steady now.
Mr. Ignatz. We need Ash here to get some of that. Wow. Whoa! My dude is a sniper. That is so far away. Oh, we don't need you to equip the killer bow, though. Stick to the silver bow. Sheesh. Low chance to hit, but that's wild.
Without power, who can you protect?
Protect him, my dude. But he's got the attention of everybody. Oh my. Oh my. Wait, can you? He can get on the side there. That's Ash is fucked. Ooh, okay. None of you guys have a combat art for that, do you? Like that's not an oopsie that I can fix.
I'd be honored.
Ready when you are. Let's clean up.
Steady now.
Let's get a light amount of attention first. I'm gonna keep it civil with the sword so that he doesn't murder literally everybody. Because, yeah, they do not stand a chance against him. Alright, the scary first turn is in motion. Just as long as he doesn't kill anybody. Rough, dude.
I'm getting the hang of it.
This one should be slightly less dramatic. The fact that he's got the evasion, along with not taking damage even if he does get hit. Incredible.
Let's go.
Still not doing well with the bow. At least not against high defense units. Which is slightly upsetting. He's much, much better with an axe. Or is he? How do you hold up against him? Not well. But he does have real axe combat arts. We call that very unfortunate here. Why does it say that Ash doesn't have... He really doesn't have... Wait, what? No, that doesn't make
At your
sense.
service.
No, it's because he doesn't have a... He doesn't have one unlocked with anybody. That's the problem. Right, let's do some of this then. I actually... These low damage numbers are kind of scaring me.
I'll grow as strong as I can.
Now, we can totally heal up here. No
Is
problem.
this the final act? This is my stage now.
Hey, she mastered her class.
Maybe it's better this way.
No, you made other strides. You're good.
I finally made it my own.
My turn?
It's a very dramatic amount of damage. It's no wonder Hanneman's a teacher.
I'll dirty my hands if I must. There is much to learn from battle. I'm awake.
I do this for
Bernadetta,
all of us.
what can you actually do to him? Nothing. Nothing of... Not enough to kill him on his own. See, but I really, really want these guys to all get supports. But your healing's a little bit mediocre. Your white magic in general sucks. What's up?
I hate this feeling.
Yeah, me too. It's not a good one. Okay, we have 5 units to move, and we have 5 units to kill. Mercedes can handle this.
I don't expect forgiveness. Leave it to me.
And that frees up a little bit of space. Can I trust you with this? Not necessarily. Ash, why are you so weak? He has a 42% chance to do 15 damage. We can make this a little bit more manageable. Like, actually, for real. Just don't miss.
That's what you get. I've gotten stronger, haven't I?
Nope, not a single bit. Not how this works. And you can pick that up too. Nope, that's kind of fucked. Okay, we'll just block the way. Only a vague amount of accident forgiveness here.
for the future of Fodlan. I've got to pull it together.
I really almost cannot believe that he does this little damage. Extreme amounts of sad. Damn.
It is done. Onward.
Please miss. Nice. It had to be the exact amount.
Ernie's just no good.
Hello? Okay.
I'd be honored.
Steady now.
Oh, I accidentally put Cyril here. That was the problem. Well,
Ready when you are.
actually, what if we do this? Nope. Weak sauce. What's everybody's resistance? He's actually not going to hurt that bad. Maybe I can let him live. A lot of us have a way to counterattack as well. Get hit by the barrage. Get annoyed. Bro, do you have any good hit rates?
I must steel myself.
Yes, please steel yourself, because you're not doing well.
I'm getting closer to my goals.
I shall not stray.
Let's see the good ending.
Ernie's just no good.
You really did want to go for Shamir still? Oh my god. I did not account for the enemies that were also in the way. That was pretty big brain. Coming crashing in, Silver, with a hydrate. What's up?
At your service.
It actually might be a problem to hit him. Finally, some good fucking streaming. It's not that good. It's not that good. You're full of it. Ash, you literally gotta kill somebody. I've never had a beef Wellington, but the pictures make it look so fucking good. So good, dude.
I don't want to die here.
You're not gonna die. Quit being dramatic. Oh, wow. Is it hard to make correctly? Because the memes make it seem so. Mercedes could also theoretically come here. Oh, yeah. She can take care of herself.
Thank you.
The most difficult part is the cooking time, so it comes out how you want in the middle. Right. That checks out.
Let's clean up.
Oh, we can't really outspeed any of these guys. Ingrid, how much damage would you do? 18? Perfect. Made harder by how temperature sensitive the dough be? Ooh. This does not really help the supports, but it blocks him out.
I'll end this quickly.
You got me so scared, Ingrid. You had me so scared.
Lightly. I must continue my training.
You did it.
You did it. Yeah, give him a little whack first.
Whoa.
Gotta put it back in the fridge like every 10 minutes? Huh? Is it really that temperamental? If I make a wall in front of Dorothea, maybe they can't do anything. How much movement do you have? He's got 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That might not work out as well as I hope. Maybe I should try it. We could also try to take out all of them.
I'm awake.
I assume you can still... Or maybe not. Wow, okay. Is it because of supports, or what?
My turn?
Because, like, surely not.
Ignorance is deadly.
Alright, how about now? Ugh, double, bruh.
Is this the final act?
Okay, with 2 supports, how could you possibly fail, Linhardt? How could you possibly?
It's win or die.
Dorothea, based on your teammate here, you might be dying. Dude, it's no different. It is literally no different. Oh, thank God.
How exciting.
Linhardt, that's the best thing you've ever done in your life.
If only progress didn't require so much work.
If only you could be like that all the time.
I do this for all of us.
Huh? Oh. Boink! Right in the dick.
Pretty good, huh?
Matt Silver, how's your day been? Oh, she counterattacked with...
Be at peace.
I didn't equip Nosferatu on her.
I've made good progress.
Could try making the puff pastry and see how that goes. I'm not a baker. I'm gonna mess that up more than likely. Better now that I have you back on the screen. I'm about to leave the screen. Oh, just kidding. No, I'm not. That's not for like another hour. I'm starving. Literally starving. My tummy is making the rumbliest of rumblies. Okay, let's move all you guys up accordingly. As always, Ignatz, how about you take some heat? Just don't kill them.
Ready when
I've
you
got
are.
faith, though. You need streamer snacks? No, to be honest, the few times that I have eaten here, like snacks in Discord, it just gets on my chair. Like it's not a big deal on my desk. That's really easy to clean. But there on this chair that I have, there's the cushion part. And there's like a V shape on the outside bit. And granted, all of this is made of fabric. In the V-shaped little divots, the freaking ravines of my chair, there are so many crumbs in there. And I swear to you, I just cleaned it out. And it looks like I've just fiended for years on this thing. There's no stains or anything. Let that be known. It's just crumbs. But I have to bust out the fine-headed vacuum tip again. Sustenance is not worth the crumbs to me. I will suffer. Okay, we have 4 units, 3 to kill with these guys this time. Bernadetta? I think that's worth it. I'm especially not licking my fingers around my computer.
Ernie's unstoppable.
I'm not having my food-covered, saliva-covered fingers do anything. Okay, maybe a little bit more difficult than I thought. Oh, we could also group flame them into place, maybe. How good are you with handling meat? Like, can you get your steaks how you want them easily? I do not cook very often, so I could not really tell you, but the times that I have, it's almost always turned out well. Medium rare. I want the least crit chance. No, I'm not a cooking prodigy. I fucked up my egg drop soup. Do you know why my egg drop soup was fucked up? Because I beat my eggs too much because I was used to my omelets. It was humiliating. Work on that white magic, dude. You're supposed to be a prodigy, like I am at cooking.
Today I was lucky.
I do not beat it too much. I won't have it.
I'll dirty my hands if I must.
No, it's never happened. I've not had a skill issue like that in my life. What's up with everybody having low stat increases right now? It's just not a thing that happens. It's really not. All right, friends. She's not really in range of anything.
That helps.
No, not performance anxiety. I'm great. Let us put Cyril here. I think he should be able to handle his own. No, stop having a marvelous time. That's not what we're here for. I think this is the best spot for him. Let's get you... No. Just hold the bow. Hold it. That's all I need you to do. Ooh, wait, no. No. Yeah, hold it. That's good. I need Ash to at least hit something here. Here for me. I didn't even sneeze.
Going for the kill.
You're dramatic, Shamir. Dramatic.
Thinning their numbers.
Yes, they've been more than thinned. I don't know. Just beat him up. Stop getting hit by everything.
I aim for great.
Dramatic if she won? Yeah, she didn't need to have a dramatic finish. A dramatic finish. She could have just done that from the start. Oh, good lord. Okay. Mister. Hold a sword. Ash, do your thing. It's got better accuracy. Gosh. The fact that I have to use a combat art just to make him hit something with near certainty. I mean, that's different. But the battle was already won.
I've made it my own.
Nice accuracy. The problem is that they crit the second time as like a dramatic finish. Like, ooh, I'm gonna get the kill shot. Didn't have to do that. You could have saved durability if you did it the first time.
Still alive.
I felt like that was surprisingly
I
even.
believe I can do more.
Me too. Mastered like 3 or 4 people's classes as well. Flips and twirls, flips and twirls. I can literally only think about food right now. The only thing I've had to eat today is a banana and some strawberries. It's pathetic. Also feels really weird not having long-form battles right now in Paralogs. It made the story come to a complete halt. But still. These are very easy by comparison, even with the higher level enemies. Alright, Silver. Let me know. What's the song? Okay, we're just... No, Ferdinand. And then we're all 32s? So Cyril's still like a problem child for us. So's Ingrid. Uncultured? I don't listen to... I don't have the exposure to anything like this. Level means nothing, dude. The might of these characters are so varied. I almost want to keep my actual class lower. Kind of. What do you have exposure of? You guys are my literal only exposure. I mean, I get K-pop exposure from uni, but that's like... That's the exception. Who the heck do I bring? Supports based on these guys? What K-pop does uni like? Well, I had to show them New Jeans. I know they listen to Weekly, I think is the group name. I'm gonna be real, I can't think of anything else at the moment. Not Astro. Dude, I cannot brain right now. Keep spitballing, maybe some memories will be jogged. So let's see. I want New Jeans and Genshin music. Is that your only knowledge? No, we got Vocaloid in there. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. No, I'm clueless. Hatsune Miku. Ugh! Okay, let's look at supports for Ash. Let's see who else. I'm not doing other Blue Lions. We've already gotten them before, most certainly. Catherine is like the only other option here. Caspar also works. Catherine, you're 32. Caspar is also technically 32. You never showed us your playlists? Yeah, where are they? Ah, shit. All right, I will... Share playlist. Copy. I don't know if this is actually gonna work. Go to Discord. What, do I put it in music recommendations? Ah! It kind of worked. You chose something so tedious? Bruh. Listen, I'm just... You are literally trashing my taste right now. And I do not appreciate it. Also, I was talking to Sleepy about this. I'm still, like, incapable of taking time for myself right now. I really want to read some manga, and I really want to listen to some vinyl records. Fucking, I still have, like, 2 of them that are still sealed. I haven't opened them yet, because I haven't gotten the time slot available to myself in the noggin. I didn't make it hard. I don't make anything hard. Hopefully I don't. Oh, right. The list. The list. We need to make a new list. So we have Caspar, Catherine, and Ash together. I think Catherine and Caspar also have a support. Or at least they feel like they should. Hell yeah. Oh. They've already got one. He's a KDA guy. Oh my god, Boogie Down. Dude, the only KDA song that I'm kind of like on is The Baddest. I did? Nobody just makes solo down-tempo and vaporwave songs? I mean... Dan Mason makes a lot. And I mean, I guess it's kind of hard. Because vaporwave is such a very... It is a very specific vibe. But stuff from, like, Home is kind of similar. It's just, like... These subgenres and aesthetic labels... They can be very, very difficult to work with. So, like, something that's just synthy and vaguely lo-fi sometimes can just fit the vibe that I'm going for. Want some Catherine and Linhart. Ooh. You really only like pop stars? They got some bangers in their EP. A manga reading Discord party? How does that work? The vinyl listening one wouldn't be good for you guys. Honestly, something like that would probably have to be like a sub-only stream. Just add a music bot? It's not the same. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? We like spending time with you. Well, I'm sorry, I'm stupid. I can't even figure out who to bring to this stupid thing. Okay, Ferdinand. Ferdinand can go with... Let's just make it a whole freaking group. Flane? Flane, do you have one with Catherine? Oi. No, she doesn't. Is this how you're gonna train me? Just liquid up the wazoo. I would disagree with you. Actually, no, I am kind of going to disagree with you. You're not gonna like hearing this, but yesterday, I had like 2 glasses of water at around lunchtime. And then I went to the gym and I had another half liter. And then after that, I was working on the arcade cabinet, and I had a Pocari Sweat with that. And then after that, I had like probably 8 ounces of water when I ate dinner. And that was literally it until I went to bed at like 1 o'clock. And I did not feel thirsty the whole day. Rookie numbers. Yeah, I guess kinda. Okay, Flane, who do you have supports with then? Like nobody, actually. Deal with Linhart? Okay, Linhart. You got one with Catherine. Okay, great. So, Caspar, Catherine, Ash, Flane, Ferdinand. No, that's just a whole conglomerate. This is the same exact map. We have to split these dudes. What does a racehorse have to do with water? Okay, this is... Okay, that team kinda works? Like, kinda? I don't know. Yeah, well... I will call it adequate, I think. They're all interconnected at least a little bit. 60 pounds? My dude, I'm trying to lose weight. Which, speaking of... I can kind of see a little bit of stomach improvement. 60 pounds of schmuscle? You want me to be 190 pounds of muscle? That is unbelievable. That's literally like straight up beefcake. Ingrid supports. We can make a decision based on that as well. No. Okay. Seteth and Yuri. But Seteth is overleveled. Yuri's not, though. Yes, he is. I do not appreciate this. Yuri and Seteth. I guess we'll do it. They can just support Ingrid. They can just help. I got no beef on me, though. Seteth, Ingrid, Yuri. And then we'll take a look at some of Seteth's supports. He's got a lot with Manuela. Leone. Leone flies, though. I could put her as an adjutant if I really needed to. Answer sleepy? Oh, wasn't that your gym goal? Your gym goal of what? I don't want to be a... I still want to look like me. I don't want to be this little head with a giant forehead on, like, the body of that ginormous teddy bear. You know which one I'm talking about. Nah, that's not me. The alternate universe where I'm super buff, that's not me. I refuse to believe it. That's just not a look. Not a look for me. It's not this universe. It is not the case. Oh, we only have one more slot. Okay. The overlap should not be here at all. Yeah, it is not. Manuela can heal. She's also 33. Actually, all the healers are 33 or more, I think, except for Mercedes. That's not what I want to look like, though. I'm not accounting for somebody here. I'm not accounting for Cyril. Or he should at least have one. He has one with Manuela, that's for sure. And with Seteth, that's... He's already maxed out with Manuela. Whack. Okay. Discord. Takaru says Discord? What? It's upside down. Green tea with ginseng and honey? Oh, it's Arizona. Okay. I do not think I would ever drink sweetened tea again. Doesn't sound like something I would do. Okay. Another adjutant on Ash. Knock more out. No, the rest are just blue lions. That's dope. Okay, so we're done with that essentially. What about Cyril? I mean, he's flying, so my options are extremely low. Who else flies? Only Seteth. again? Yeah, just... Who hasn't had sweet tea before? I just don't want it anymore. Boba's kind of different. But I will say, I got this, like... One of the boba shops that I go to, they had this... Hello, by the way, Takaro. How are you? How was class? Question mark? They had this, like, spritzer boba tea. It was... I was like, it looks interesting. It's got a layered look to it, which should have been a red flag for my taste. But I was curious. I got it. I got it 25% sweet. 25%. A fourth of the sugar that they would put in there normally. Good God. I still felt like I was going to die. So I need to stick to just either a regular tea with boba, or I need to have a flavored milk tea boba with, like, nothing in there. You were playing Connect 4 in calculus class? Was it... Did it have a gimmick? Or was it literally just Connect 4? I can't get an adjutant on Flame either, really.
Come back.
Every person I think of, they're a flyer. This is stupid. You're all playing checkers. Takaru's playing Connect 4. Under the desk? We don't condone things that happen under the desk here. Seriously though, why... They do it in combat. Why is it so hard to let me know what supports are on each of my characters? Yuri, how about you? Dorothea? Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Manuela. Since you don't get used often, who else for you? Hanneman's bickering, we've already done. Nobody for you. Seteth can't get anybody, because he flies. What about Catherine? Linhardt, Ash we're working on. Seteth, Alois is about to... So Linhardt. Ingrid... I feel like I already checked you. Everybody's here, or they're already a blue lion. I could put Claude up there. I'm looking at a list of things that I cannot comprehend. Where is Claude? Speaking of under the desk, you guys got feet warmers? I have a space heater that I figured out really irritates my eyes. But other than that, no, I just wear socks, and really socks do not help if my feet are cold. They just get clammy. I hate it here.
Well. Come back soon.
The inventories on these peeps. Wait. No, that's... Yeah, maybe not. Imagine skipping Dia? I don't have to imagine. I do not have to. We can manifest Dia as my 50-50 loss from now on. Just do one 10 pull? No. Maybe. Maybe. We'll consider it a use of my streamer primos, which there was a 3.4 streamer program that I didn't register for. I never knew what happened. You better hope Kave's not a 4-star. We all know how actually wishing for one of those happens. It's never pretty. Always works. Maybe, maybe. Well, if Kave's a 5-star, then I'm happy. Because I heard people saying that he was going to be a 4-star, and I got kind of distraught by it. Alright, how are we arranging you guys? This is a 5-5 split this time. But one team will not be having a healer. All we have is Manuela. And Yuri, but they're going on the same side. Ooh. Oh no, they should be fine. If there's only 2 spellcasters? This one's using Ragnarok? That's kind of spicy. Okay, what about you? Miasma? You are not nearly as powerful. We can make this work. We can make it work. So let's do the switcheroo here. Bottom team. We got Caspar. Ash. Catherine. Ferdinand. And Flame. Then this is what we're popping with from now on. What the dog doing on Discord? What dog? What the dog doing? Save again for the 5th time, and let's test my metal. He do be pondering something. Okay, the real question is how can I bait that out? Who's got the resistance? Only Flame. What are your thoughts on Nettles? The who what now?
Ready for anything.
I've never heard of that in my life. It's a plant? Wait. Before that, I've got something to tell you guys. Here's the deal. You hate blowing money, but you want a ton of food. Taco Bell's $5 box, a cheesy double-decker taco, burrito supreme, taco supreme, cinnamon twist, and a medium drink, all for just $5. Now that's a deal. Anyway. The hell's a nettle? Stinging needle? A plant with pointed leaves and white to yellowish flowers. The root and above ground parts are used for diabetes. Decreases swelling and increases urination? Kazuha or Kazuha? Who's hotter? Yoimiya. Let's see here. Let's see here. Nutrients. Nice. Inflammation reduction. Nice. Treats enlarged prostate symptoms. Okay. Possibly helps with hay fever. May lower blood pressure. May aid blood sugar control. Well, I mean, it's clearly got some uses. I gotta, like, really gotta try here. Oh, are you still at school, Takaru? He's still in the building. Yes, this is the setup that we need. Except not quite that. Oh, you're gonna pack up your things and leave this trip. Okay, I am comprehending what you are saying now. I understand the joke. We got there. I just want to let you know that we got there. Would you rather have soap made from bacon or a shirt made from woven plant fibers? What? Soap is like a natural soap. That's just... I'm not crazy. That is just animal fat, right? Like, could a bacon soap really be that bad?
Onward.
Okay, you know what? Ferdinand doesn't actually need to take all the hits. It's okay. And Flame will get you somewhere. Woven from plant fibers sounds like a super suit. Yeah, I don't know how those plant fibers were processed, though. Not necessarily. I don't know how it was processed with
I'd be honored.
the bacon either, but that's whatever. Every suit is super when you're in it. Not me, though. Can't it just be cotton? It could be. Or it could be woven from just, you know, plant stems. You really don't know what you're going to get.
Ready when you are.
Okay, they're not interested in going around there. Ingrid, you have... She doesn't have good defense. I don't want her getting smashed to pieces like that. You wear jeans at home? You shouldn't find this so hard? Listen, don't talk about the fact that I'm wearing jeans right now. I'm comfy as hell. And Seteth has no resistance. It is literally all or nothing here. Comfy jeans? Yes, they're comfy. Leave me alone. A game where defense isn't useless? I know, right? It's not all about that attack power. I wouldn't believe it either.
There's no stopping me.
Ooh, we could silence him. Wait. That could be huge.
Let's go.
That actually changes a lot. But I will abstain.
I'm in.
Let's... Let's do a little bit of inspiring here. my robot voice is my ultimate attack? No.
You saved me.
My ultimate attack, IRL, is poking people's ribcage.
Well, certainly can't complain.
The heck is special dance? Ooh, there's actually two things that we needed to silence there. What? Fucking excuse me? Okay, this did not help at all. I want to take it back. Let's instead
I'm in.
There's no stopping me.
silence him. Nah, that statement had ill will behind it. Put the rapier on. Yes. Yeah. Good move, good move. Haha, bitch. Okay, that time it was appropriate. Good one, Yuri.
Well, certainly can't complain.
Sheesh. Why are we talking about vibrations? I mean, I guess you do have a higher register voice. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I think we're gonna have to take this whole move back. The whole turn. It only took 5 years to do as well. Yes, E+. Good job. Oh, no. Remember that time that I said that Ferdinand did not need to take all of that smoke? Yeah, I lied.
Onward.
Okay, let's take it back one notch. Catherine can probably take that. Oh no, it's going to be the exact same situation. Okay, I get it now.
Ready for anything.
I can silence him actually. Okay, big move, big
No
move.
stopping me.
This is gonna be the biggest move ever. I don't even have this chakra thing. Chakra. I don't know what that is.
I'll crush them all.
They are still going to attack them. Bro, Sleepy is always in charge. I'm kind of confused about this. Everywhere is unsafe.
Let's go.
Guide me well.
Let's do what I was going to do before. Let's make it slow.
Ready when
Make it
you are.
real slow.
I'm in.
The rapier. Yes. Let's do that again. Or wait. If I use silence, how does that equip him? Because that's not a skill you can counterattack with.
Well, certainly can't complain.
Sleepy's the prime of the Adepti. True shit. Okay, did not override his rapier. That's good. Ferdinand's my only line of defense here, and these guys can move so far. And they have, like, every base covered.
I'd be honored.
Let's try again. I guess moving Ferdinand forward wasn't that important. He could have stayed back at least a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Everything I've done has led to this.
Now he's even more tanky. Wonderful. Oh, we can't reach them, though. Ferdinand has a decent chance to hit there. Okay. Let's try it. Yeah, your accuracy is better, Ash. I'm very proud of you. You're still weak.
Put me in there.
Oh no. Oh no, this can't be. Ferdinand. Ferdinand, what is the problem? Okay, that's fine.
We're at your side. Put the plan into action.
As long as I stay in place and don't mess with anybody else.
Onward.
Heh. Throw a stick at him. Manuela, honestly, just do it again. Yeah, Catherine, you're literally too good for your own good right now.
work.
This is the only thing that Caspar can do without killing him. That was dope.
I think I'm improving.
Yeah, you think so?
Can't hold me back. Even I have bad days.
I gotta remember to really play it careful on this team down here. No healing whatsoever. Manuela will be the last one to move here. This is a little bit stinky. Just a little bit stinky. You cannot one-shot. We have 4 units to work with. Can you one-shot? Do a little something, something? Do a little dismounting here? Fuck him up? Sure.
You're in my way.
Yeah!
I've gotten stronger.
Could use a gambit to keep the thief in place. Let's move Manuela into a spot here that can actually get a support. Yeah, let's do it.
Here to help. Behold our strategy. Destiny unfurls.
He's stuck. Oh, I didn't realize there was an archer in there. That's kind of shit. Now with only these two, kind of have some choices to make. %65%. I do not like those odds.
I can do no less. My duty is your death.
Don't talk to me about the odds.
The weak fall, the strong live. Exemplary.
And from here, heal yourself, sir. Do a little good. Oh, yeah. Nothing with the sword. Nothing at all.
That's what you get.
No, you've done a little something. We've had action taken once.
This is the cost of
Only
war.
once, if I remember correctly.
Greatness awaits me.
It's like he tripped him on purpose. Five units, 5 kills? No, we have 2 very weak sauce people here. Manuel is in a precarious situation. Can you still silence over there? Wait, there's nobody to silence, is there? Oh no, she's out of range. What is the range? She's on the border. Would you ever get a Heroes stream? No. You wouldn't like me in Heroes. I'm just a PNG collector. I auto battle. Except this Hall of Forms. I'm doing my best in this Hall of Forms because I like what's in there. But that's pretty obvious. No, but like, Sleepy, I don't know how to build characters. It's worse than Genshin. So much worse. I have big doubts about this move right here. So weak. So weak. So weak. Oh, okay, so the 4% versus the 44%. This is what we have going on. Okay, this is the one I should be worried about. One swoop. Hello. How are you,
You're all going down.
Remington?
That's a win for everyone.
You might have caught me at my worst time, though. It may be food time for me. Actually, how much damage is... Ooh. Ooh. You can only take 1 hit. Okay, you definitely have to die. Oh, no. Let's take a detour. Hey, Seth. What the hell can you do? Making fried rice again?
Apologies.
I wish you luck with that endeavor. Tell me if it's better than the last batch. Okay, wait. Ash can take 1 hit from that. He can only take 1 hit from this as well. So let's make sure that you die. Why does he not have a silver axe? Now that I'm thinking about it. I wouldn't say it's a crime. But do strive to be better. Always improve. Dude. Dude. This is like actually baffling right now. Oh, stick him in place. Dude, why do I forget about battalions on anything that's not a story mission or an extremely difficult paralogue? It's a real option, dude. It's not even, like, costing you anything. Jeez. Oh. Oh. Really? I busted out the... Ooh. Busted out the secret battalion. I really let him know what was up. What the heck are you guys gonna do to him? That's gonna fuck him up. Okay, so... Kaspar's dead. It's kind of like an ambush. It stops enemies from moving if it hits them. But let's take the move back. I think we can just do it objectively better.
Onward.
That crit wasn't really worth anything either.
Ready for anything.
Put me in there.
I did say that you really needed to die in one hit, no matter what. What the heck are you supposed to do to him? Oh, that'll fuck him up for sure.
The results speak for themselves.
Dude, I'm starving. Give me food. Does Flayn have a... No, she doesn't. Oh, she doesn't have authority, that's why. Catherine, what do you have?
Them all.
Pulls unit one tile backward. I don't want that. Or maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I don't have a way around these guys. That's my problem.
I'd be honored.
You don't have a battalion either. Shit, I still need Seteth over here then. Let's just make the move but better.
I'm in.
Not me though. This is a tactical nightmare. Just think smarter. It's easy. It's so easy. What is your actual lure? Moves the adjacent foe to the opposite side of the unit. I'm just gonna put him here so he doesn't move.
You have my support.
I'm really not thinking smart on this one though. This has me vaguely stumped. Arg. Okay, let's move back. Let's not move back. Let's get him slightly closer back to the action. Yeah, you can fight Catherine. I don't care. Bro can't even do anything. Hell, if I knew that was the case, that would have been a lot easier. She could have gone up with Mr. Ferdinand. Oh, she has a higher speed stat than those guys. I wish I was smart enough to realize that.
I'm in.
Put the plan into action.
It is also still funny to me that Flame
Child's play.
can do vague damage to things without defense. But that's about it. I forgot that that's how that already went. How do we take care of this, though? Manuela can't move in there.
Ready when you are.
You can't counterattack. How much damage do you do? That is a dusting. Ooh, that's actually really smart.
Let's turn the tables.
After playing Engage for a bit, do you think it's harder than this? We've definitely played for a bit.
Let's go.
But I will say it definitely scratches a different itch just because of the weapon triangle being in the game. It definitely takes a different kind of approach.
I'll handle this.
But my limited experience in it, I've only used the engage mechanic a couple of times. All I can say is that engage is more dynamic.
Haven't I?
Great work.
Cyril, what? I don't even know. Well, you can't escape, so whatever, just stay there.
There's no stopping
We can
me.
silence this person, and then everything's cool. Nobody can attack. Oh god, they're approaching.
Is that all? All for Lady Rhea.
Yeah.
If only progress didn't require so much work.
Huh? He's got 3 range. Don't you dare hit that second one. Whew. We are being scarred right now. Nobody's got good battalions. Oh, you do. But let's do a little... Nah, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
All is fair in war.
Not Linhardt just floating towards them.
Just let me at him.
This has actually flipped the difficulty completely. You back with tacos and gonna try that sleepy drink for the first time? Let us know how it is. Is it as tasty as you want it to be? The connectivity issue with this controller is driving me insane. It did not give me any problems before.
I don't train for fun.
Oh, it's actually so painful. Why is it so sweet? My dude, it's Arizona ice... Well, not... Well, yeah, it's iced tea. And it's got honey in there.
I'll keep moving forward.
Mother, protect me.
I will only ask, what did you expect? Ah, whacked him.
A boon for our future.
Passed with flying colors. Right. Now... This is a little bit weird, but I think this can work. Wait, why can't you dance? Oh, because she hasn't moved yet. Well, that's not cool. Never mind. Why does it have corn syrup in it? Isn't honey enough sugar? They put the corn syrup in there to use less honey. That's my prediction. She's still going to get messed up. Bro, what are you doing? Wait. Cyril Manuela? Okay. Keep you in range. Yeah, just keep you in range. With the person that's got resistance. You're a genius, Jaden.
Try harder.
My genius is actually terrifying.
It is done. Onward. Hopefully I'll be more useful now. I'm finally grasping this.
Seth, can you attack him without killing him? Not without getting a beating in return. Even here, you can still go all the way around. Oh, you've got free range of motion. How's that fun? Is it an American thing? It was slight sarcasm. The joke here is that everything you find here is sweet. Oh, wow. I really just have to use Nosferatu on him? Never would have thought. Yeah!
Don't expect any sympathy. Hardly worth mentioning.
Maybe it's better this way.
The shrimp fried rice is perfect. Ooh! He got some good shrimp on deck this time. You're telling me a shrimp fried this rice? Ain't no fucking way. Tried chicken? That was sweeter than the cola? What do you mean? What chicken did you have? Damn, Seth. No, I cannot fathom chicken that's sweeter than the cola. Nah. 0%. What? That's my only option? Bro. I messed up again. Yeah, you gotta give us the deets. You can't just make it elusive sweet chicken. I don't want it to be this way. No, don't make me do that. He said a random buffet. Well, there's your problem, I guess. This still does not help the situation. Oh, I could have warped her. Where was she at? Oh, yeah. Okay, Manuela, you do this. You do this.
Me.
Let's go.
Hit him with it.
No way I can lose here.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I think unless you have your own, like, bottle, charging for a water does make sense, even if it is a little bit shitty.
Ready when you are.
No, it's definitely still
I
dumb.
aim for greatness.
But I think it's one of those things that I feel like companies would have taken advantage of it way sooner. There's not a lot of people that will charge, or not a lot of places that will charge for water. Dude. Convention or like
Protect me.
just gathering things in general.
I'd be honored.
The food is ridiculous. California is just weird. Takaru be like, yo, 5,000 is barely livable. And I'd be like, my dude,
The goddess my regards, yeah.
I could probably live, well, the super minimum, probably like 1,000 or 1,500 per month to literally not die.
Thank you so much.
Bones. What about rent?
I'm
Yeah.
grateful.
Yeah.
I have gratitude.
The cost of living in Florida, California, actual metro areas. Oh, good lord.
The Great Bridge of Myrden is in sight. Beyond it, the Empire.
What do you know? There aren't bridges that big in Elmyra, that's for sure.
How unsettling. There are bridges in the southern part of Ordelia territory, but nothing like this.
It's the most strategic location in that area to move a large army across the Aramid River. The Empire will want to hold on to it at all costs, so expect tough defenses.
Let's proceed with caution.
You're right. Their defenses are pretty impenetrable. Let's make our move carefully.
You're in command, Teach. Do whatever it takes to win. Well, other than sacrificing the lives of our allies for the sake of victory, try to avoid that. Let's get moving. We're counting on you, my friend.
I am not your friend. No. I'm not his friend. It's family. Can I actually look at supports right now? Oh my god, yeah, movie time before I eat. I love this. This is gonna be good.
Good day, Ignatz. So, painting again?
Ingrid. Yes, I'm painting St. Saros again.
Look, I'm really sorry about the last time. It's my fault it turned out so, well, different.
No need to apologize. I appreciated the fresh input. It made me think.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Teachers complain about their salaries. Teachers complain about salaries everywhere. They're literally underpaid. But you asked a first year about how much he's making. Said he gets paid 5,000 and it later increases to about 8 or 10,000. Dude, yeah. If you got paid that over here, you're literally rich. Like having 6 figures here means you can literally live life without ever caring about anything. You could work for 1 year, and then you could not work for like the next 2 or 3 years.
That's kind of you to say, but no need to pull punches.
It's the truth. I'm so caught up in my own mind, I'd never have thought to try that.
Mm-hmm. Full
Ignatz,
stop.
I appreciate your attitude, but
If you made 6 figures a year, you could realistically get any house that you want in our area, aside from the literal, like, $1 million houses. The $1 million houses, multi-million-dollar houses. Aside from those, which they could probably still do with a loan. Like, an actual, like, if they're willing to do it, they could still obviously get the loan over, like, whatever the heck they do. I don't know anything about housing. But, like, a house over here, like a nice house, could probably be like 200, 300,000. You could literally pay it off in no time at all.
Yes?
there are times when it's okay to feel upset or angry. If you're feeling that way, it's always best to be honest.
But...
I understand the weight of what I did. I besmirched a sacred image, and it was a painting you were pouring your heart into. I got carried away, but I'd prefer if you had told me then and there that my request was uncalled for.
I'm not angry. I could never get angry with you. I'm sorry.
Why are you apologizing? I'm the one apologizing.
Oh, sorry.
Stop saying sorry! Never mind. Forgive me. I came here to apologize, and now I'm being sharp with you.
Don't worry. It's my fault, really. I'm not very good at expressing myself.
I never intended to be such a bother. I think I'll leave you to it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Ignatz is a whole ass mood.
Excuse me, Shamir?
What is it? Do you need something?
Yes. I was curious about the world beyond Fodlan.
Oh.
You came from somewhere outside Fodlan, right? I'm curious about your homeland, what kind of place it was. And I thought you might...
I will not.
Oop.
Sorry?
There's no point in me telling you about it.
I see. All right, then.
Wait. You misunderstand. Hearing me tell stories about the things I've seen? What good is that? That's just my experience. If you want to know about the world, you need to experience it for yourself. Is what I meant to say.
Oh, that's what it was. That's... good.
How so?
I thought maybe you didn't like me.
Is that what you think? In your experience, do I seem to dislike you? If you can't determine something as simple as that, then you would gain nothing from the outside world.
Oh, I don't actually know. I'm not very good at reading people, I guess.
Ask me. I'm right here.
I'm not that brave. I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone. I'll be going now.
Not brave enough to ask a simple question. Or does he just not care?
Why can you not discern that, huh, Shamir? Pathetic.
Just look at this place. It's so beautiful, I believe I should take a nap and enjoy it properly.
Linhardt, lost in thought, I see. Unacceptable.
What?
Are you not aware that a noble's duty is to be ever vigilant? Rest increases alertness. Is there something I can do for you, Ferdinand?
Well, I was just passing by, and I thought I could give you a little advice. You always seem to be napping. Why not spend your free time doing something productive?
Easier said than done, Ferdinand. I'm afraid I suffer from a constitution that tires easily.
Some training will remedy that. Let us work on that today. I will train you myself. Arise, Linhardt. The righteous path of the noble lies before you.
What if my boy's got narcolepsy?
Giving it your all, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Is there something wrong with that?
Of course not. In fact, I rather enjoy your demeanor. You go all out even when others wish you wouldn't. You work hard, inspire the admiration of others, and your dignity as a noble is beyond reproach.
I consider it my mission to serve as a guide and a model for other members of the nobility.
It is amazing to me that Ferdinand only, like, barely gets words at a surface level. It is a literal insult sprinkled, or rather, like, covered in other compliments that he does not acknowledge the insult.
As capable as you are striking. Next to you, I am a mere infant.
Oh, you are far too kind. Although I do work hard each day to achieve all of which you speak.
You've mastered all the important noble skills. You drink tea, talk about how great you are, ride horses.
Indeed. I went for a ride earlier today.
Is that so? You'll have to tell me about it sometime when I'm not walking away.
I do believe my food is ready.
Where are you going?
Where is he going?
I must get some sleep, being the infant that I am. Farewell for now, Ferdinand, oh noble among nobles.
Noble among nobles? Seems a bit much.
No
Did he say
mukbang.
get some sleep? Hey, wait!
But I shall be back momentarily. Don't you worry your pretty little heads about it. No, I'm not eating. I'm not eating in front of the camera. I'm gonna go talk to my parents. I'm here. I'm here. I didn't disappear. Just kidding. I need water. Dude, I swear. 30 minutes on break at work. 97 times out of 100, it is just the longest 30 minutes of my life. For some reason, stepping away from stream to go eat, like, how is that? How is that, like, almost 40 minutes? So, Sai, thank you for the one little bitty bit. Sorry I disappeared on you. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. If I died on stream, you would see my dead body. It would just be me like... That's all you would see.
My princess is lovely. My princess is fair. She sings like cicadas in midsummer's air.
Cicadas? Those noisy little bugs that swarm about, endlessly mingling with one another?
Oh, good point. I will revise.
You wrote a whole story? What was it about? Not even gonna tell us what was for dinner? I had this spicy curry with fish, and then I also had some not so spicy curry with chicken, and then I also had some, the fuck is it called? It's like a tortilla, but not roti. I gotta look it up. Yeah, roti flatbread. It was some good shit. Also, you can't tell me I'm not allowed to die. Oh dear. Thank you, Littlefoot. This is exactly what I wanted. Every time. But alright, let's see this. My dad told me a story about his friend. He is very old, looks like Biden, and is worth about $60 million. His sons all left him alone to die in California, but he tried to visit one of them. The son lives in some middle-of-nowhere state, and houses in the area cost in the range of $30,000 to $80,000. So, when my dad's friend visited his son, he saw a house that was a street away from his son's house that he liked. He decided to buy that house so he wouldn't have to pay for a hotel each time he visited. He literally bought the house, worth $60,000 on his credit card, and parked a car that was worth triple the price on the driveway. His son didn't even let him into his house and wouldn't talk to him. So now he lives in California, slowly dying without a family around him. That sucks. Now the question is, what did he do to his family? I want to know, what the heck did I do to my voice? I've had like half a dozen voice cracks today, and we're only 3 hours in. Well, really 2.5 hours in. It's not usually on my whole thing. Tried to pay for his son's house as a gift, but his son wanted to be independent and didn't want his dad to buy his love. I feel like it's got more to do with just trying to buy his house for him. You don't do that to somebody for just that.
My princess is lovely. My princess is fair. She sings like a swallow in midsummer's air.
Migrating birds. Never sticking around for long. Always off to find love somewhere else.
Oh, no, what I meant was,
Oh, Ferdinand, you're just not yourself today. You don't seem focused. Your poetry lacks poetry. Perhaps a break is in order.
I would not dream of stopping now. This is my golden opportunity.
Pardon me?
We are finally alone. Just the two of us.
Why, yes, we are, aren't we?
You see, Manuela, I have long admired you.
She's taking the bait. Well, I guess we'll never know the whole story.
Is that a fact?
I saw you perform countless times while you were with the opera company.
Oh, I see. So what did you think?
The figure you cut, that heartbreaking voice, I was mesmerized. That is why I am tongue-tied. I am nervous about speaking to you alone, after idolizing you for so long.
There's no need to be nervous, Ferdinand. That songstress you recall is long gone.
Genshin should be back in around a little over 2 hours, I think.
I get nervous too, you know. But I want you to feel relaxed around me. Understood?
Yes, yes, I promise to try.
You're really full of surprises, you know that? I assumed you'd be more interested in combat than the arts. Come and chat sometime? I'd love to hear more about how my performances mesmerized you.
Oh, she wants that fur D.
You're looking pretty tired, Linhardt. I think you could use a little more of the fighting spirit.
I believe you have enough fighting spirit for the both of us.
Enough? There's no such thing. You need as much as you can get if you're gonna train.
I'd rather pace myself. You're becoming too much like your father. I still recall with startling clarity the time he forced me to do some training.
Ha! I remember your father wasn't too happy about that. Our fathers actually got into a fight over it.
Has there been many random people joining the stream lately? Let's see here. There's been a couple this week, I think, actually.
They hate each other so much. They're likely still bickering away in the Empire.
I wish they'd just have it out already. One big fight to settle things. My father would win, obviously, but it would still be fun to watch.
That would be rather cruel. I don't think anyone in Fodlan could beat up your father. My father does have the height advantage.
Did they ever come back? I
Height advantage?
don't think so.
What does that matter?
When two opponents are
But
of similar
some people
strength, the
pop
one with the
in
height advantage
intermittently.
wins. It's pure math.
They dropped a follow, and they didn't take it back, so I assume they'll be back at some point. Or hiding in their little corner.
Whoever forces the other to submit wins. That's how fighting works. It has nothing to do with height.
Brute strength alone doesn't decide a fight. And taller people have longer limbs, too. Longer limbs equates to a longer reach. Taller people can hit you from farther away. Oh, and they have more leg strength. There's also that while I'm bored explaining this, I think you get my point.
No, I don't get it. Now you're talking about limb length and reach? None of that matters when you're up close and brawling.
You know, I'm going to agree with you just so I don't have to keep talking.
If you've got something else to say, then come out and say it. Actually, no, forget this. I'll prove it to you myself. I don't know if you've noticed, but I've grown a lot these last few years. I'm gonna find the tallest mercenary out there and fight him just to prove my point.
And off he goes.
Just fight Balthus.
They're all so strong I couldn't land a single blow.
So it's as I said then, isn't it? The tallest fighter has the advantage, and my father could beat yours in a fight.
No, not more Black Eagles. Come on.
I do believe a nap is in order.
Ah, this is lovely. Just feel that breeze.
You snuck up behind the man.
Dorothea, whatever are you doing here?
I was thinking of relaxing here, but it looks as if someone else is lounging in my spot already. Taking a nap in public like this? Really, Lynn. The nobles look down on such behavior.
You do know I am of noble birth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing. You never do act very noble, though. Why is that?
Each person must follow their own way. This is how I prefer to live. Even if some of the more pretentious nobles like to poke fun at my ways.
Doesn't that bother you? I mean, really? It doesn't hurt your pride or anything?
What use is pride? It doesn't feed nor clothe you. It offers no warmth on a cold night.
First time I've heard a noble say something like that.
Well, most nobles are... oh, what is the polite way to say it? Fools. Yes, they are fools. As for myself, my father is the Minister of Domestic Affairs, and he has pride enough for the both of us. For example, did you know he and the Minister of Military Affairs cannot get along, although they value each other greatly? His pride gets in the way, so he can't make amends. That is why there was discord between civil ministers and military officers in the Empire. And so pride serves no good purpose in politics either. So tell me, what use is it?
What is my dream? Like, my life goal? Or are you talking about like the dream that I had last night?
I wonder if bad blood between civil and military leaders is somewhat unavoidable. The Minister of Domestic Affairs is in charge of all civil officials, so if they just give in easily, their subordinates would lose respect, right?
Well, my dream, like my actual goal in life, is I want to be able to do something that doesn't feel like an absolute slog for a living. Like something that's engaging, not going to kill me, and not drive me into the ground. And at the very least, a little bit fun. I don't exactly know what that is, but hopefully I find it at some point. The dream that I had last night, it was weird. It felt like a school field trip. That's like the only vibe I can attribute to it. It felt like a tourist trap that we were visiting on a visiting a tourist trap as a field trip is what I meant to say. Twitch streamer partner? I mean, I can't make that happen. Well, I mean, I can make that happen, but I can't guarantee that that can happen.
I get the feeling that if your pride isn't equal to the responsibility you bear, then you aren't fit to lead.
Damn, Takaru said that's a short-term goal.
And how necessary is charm? It just gets in the way of living your life.
If you lack charm, nobody will give you a second glance.
Right, which means more time for napping.
Lynn, you can't really believe what you're saying, can you?
My dream car? Not if you blow up real big. I don't want to blow up real big, though. Ugh. If I can keep it tight-knit, that'd be dope. Because when it gets to the point where you either have to only acknowledge... Well, I mean, you don't have to do this, but... Once it gets to, like, sub-only mode, once it's, oh, I'm only going to read messages that I get from donations, that's when it's, like, too much. There's, like, no... Like, there's a lot of people there, but at the same time, there's, like, nobody there. But my dream car... I don't know, dude. Let me actually look up one car real quick. Let me see if it's still a thing. There was one car that looked really damn cool before, but I don't think it's actually a super good car. Chat with points only? That's... I mean, it's a little bit weird, but... No, I don't want that car. All I can say is that I want my next car to be fully electric. Do I want that to be a Tesla? No, not really.
Not this time.
But I will say I'm at least slightly jealous of people who have Teslas.
Too slow.
You're mine now.
Not quite.
Yeah, Catherine can teach you a lot, Caspar. Those brawlers really showed you. Oh, I know they're horrible, but they're living a more interesting life than me with my Hyundai Elantra.
What's wrong, Caspar? Worn out already? You said you wanted to keep going until you managed to hit me.
Oh, I'm gonna hit you. Just let me catch my breath. Losing to you over and over again is exhausting.
That's because you rely on sheer power. You're moving around more than you have to, and it's a waste of energy. You need to start using your head, or you'll never even land a blow.
Well, you were taking some pretty big swings yourself, you know.
He said, just get a Porsche instead. Just get a Porsche instead. Ugh. Holy smokes, dude. Starting at $86,000. There's no way in hell. That is forever out of my grasp. It do be a nice looking car.
I have more experience than you. I can use my energy more efficiently.
Hey, maybe if you blow up? I think... a new car is quite out there for me, even if I had the money. First off, the infrastructure needs to be a little bit better. Over here, I think only government buildings, and I can only think of... I can think of one grocery store around me that has electric vehicle chargers. And then not to mention that you need to get a charger for the home. Which if I lived on my own, I would be in an apartment, so that's kind of out the question. And why the heck would I build that in my parents' place? There's just so many steps there. Not to mention that my car is perfectly fine at the moment.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You are the famous Thunder Catherine, after all. Wait, I just realized...
Just buy a house. Easy.
I get to train with the legendary wielder of Thunderbrand.
Why is that just occurring to you?
I guess it didn't really sink in until now. I'm training with someone I've always looked up to. You're a legend. Everyone knew about the power of Thunderbrand, even in the Empire.
Stop. I'm not nearly that impressive.
But you are. When I was younger, my friends and I would fight over who got to pretend to use Thunderbrand whenever we would play.
If they actually saw me fighting, I doubt that game would be very popular. I will cut down anyone, even a child, for the sake of my mission. On the battlefield, there is no Thunder Catherine. Only a bloodied soldier crawling in the mud, hacking desperately at her enemies.
Sure, but...
I'm not a hero. I fight only for Lady Rhea and the Goddess. What about me is admirable, Is it my deeds? Or my blade?
Oh, the whole vibe is ruined.
Hey, Shamir. Your archery skills were amazing the other day. I couldn't believe it when you hit all those bullseyes. Not a single miss.
It was nothing.
No way, it was incredible. You were incredible. You gotta teach me how to shoot.
Maybe.
Not.
That sounds like a yes to me. Are you free tomorrow?
No.
Maybe. No promises, though.
Come on, Shamir, don't be like that. Wait, is this because you don't think I'm good enough? That can't be it.
It's nothing personal. As someone born in Dagda, I'm not very fond of the Empire.
Dagda? Where is... Oh! You mean where they had that war with the Empire a few years back? The country west of Fodlan. Across the ocean. That Dagda?
No, the other one.
That Dagda. But that is behind us.
I had no idea. I understand why you'd hate the Empire so much, though.
I do be liking sedans. I had the option of getting a hatchback, and I did not take it.
My father was a major general in that war. He led an entire army. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't want to train the son of someone who killed all those Dagdans.
You misunderstand. I harbor no ill will toward your generation.
Huh? Well, then what does this have to do with you teaching me how to shoot?
I simply have other commitments. I don't have the time to teach everyone, so I can't make any promises.
That's your reason? You're just too busy? I thought you hated me.
Dude, everybody thinks that Shamir hates them.
I guess I had nothing to worry about. In that case, I'm excited to get to know you better. Let's leave all that Dagda and Empire stuff in the past.
And gone like the wind.
Here's your book of fables you let me set it. It was so interesting to learn all about St. Indech that I read it cover to cover in one sitting.
Impressive. I'm glad you enjoyed it. What's this sticking out between the pages? Is this an illustration?
No, nothing like that. I must have stuck it in there and forgotten. Just, give it back, please.
Are you certain this was accidental? It quite fits the descriptions in this chapter.
Oh, it's... Wow. It's more than double the base price. That's... I'm all fired up.
Ah, I see. You included an illustration where you thought the visual would be helpful.
Also, I just want this to be known that... That is, let's see here. That is about... That is almost 6 years of my pay. At my highest wage.
overactive imagination, and I forgot to take it out before I gave you the book back.
It really is a lovely drawing, you know. Now that I've seen it, the book would feel incomplete without it. But who is this man next to Saint Indek? I can't help but notice he bears a resemblance to me.
Oh, that's Saint Keyhole. The book describes him as one of Saint Indek's closest friends. I got the feeling he was a very serious man, but also really kind. You know, like you.
The real Saint Keyhole.
So that probably explains the, resemblance.
I have to say, I never would have expected to be a reference model for Saint Keyhole. What a curious ambivalence.
What about furious violence?
No, what I meant to say is that I am both flattered and a little embarrassed to be portrayed in this way. Perhaps it is because, in my study of him, I feel like I've also become a friend to Saint Indek. Records show that Saint Indek and Saint Keyhole worked together to achieve great things. If possible, I would like it if the two of us could similarly combine our efforts.
What? How do we figure into this?
We each bear their respective crests, do we not? One might also say that just as I am this book's author, you are now its illustrator. So why don't you do some more illustrations? And color them as well. We'll add them to the book.
You really want me to? I don't know if I'm good enough for something like that.
Yeah, teamwork. Friendships. Wow, and any color I want? Even like green 2000 Ford Taurus? I want it to look like that.
Time to relax.
Professor Hanneman, do you have a moment to talk?
Of course, Miss Dorothea.
RGB values. Okay, how about hashtag FFFFFF.
I heard you were once a member of the nobility, and you surrendered your title to come here.
Indeed, I was a noble once. Why are you so curious about that?
I knew there was something noble about your speech and your perfect manners. You're always impeccably dressed, too, and you have a certain pride about you. What interests me is that you threw it all away. Why?
Yes, sir.
I threw
Pure
nothing
white.
away, child. In fact, by stepping away from its trappings, in my heart I feel closer than ever to the true meaning of nobility.
How so?
Consider this. At its inception, the concept of nobility assumed that the greatest among the populace would rise to power. In my mind, I believe that means those who value knowledge, those who strive for more and wish to protect and guide their fellow man. However, in practice, nobility often serves to keep those deemed commoners down, segregated from those who, by chance, were born to a noble family. That is one of the reasons I decided to leave that nonsense behind and dedicate myself to the study of crests. Though I have abandoned my position, in my mind it was to pursue what I consider to be a truly noble pursuit, that of knowledge.
What? $26,000 for a color on a car. My car was $17,000. That's more than my car for some paint.
I see. Well, you're definitely a noble in that sense of the word.
Okay, great. I don't think black, white, or red are going to be a custom color.
To pursue such admirable ideas without regard for your social position. How wonderful.
Pardon?
Oh, it's nothing. I was just very moved by your words.
Ah, well, I'm quite pleased to hear you say so.
See? Exactly. That's the good stuff. The free stuff.
It's time I fessed up, Yurikins. I saw the whole thing.
What was it you think you saw?
It looked like you were singing to the children in the alley out back.
You can make it green just like my car? Who the heck said my car was green?
And may I say, you were fantastic. Your performance hit me right in the heart. That was a song from
My car is not
Imperial
green.
Capital show, right? Ah, the good old
It'd be
days.
cooler if it was
You must have
green.
come back night after night if you remember it that well.
Perhaps a few times. I remember well how you looked upon that stage.
It's silver.
You were the talk of the capital among all the nobles. Unsurpassable? Yes, that was it. It's hard to believe I'd run into that unsurpassable songstress in a place like this. Luck is on my side, as ever.
All
I
right.
couldn't convince you to sing tenor yourself, hmm? You're talented enough for it.
What are you getting at? Is this an invitation from the mystical songstress herself?
Male virtuosos are hard to come by. Would-be divas are a dime a dozen, but men? Not so much. And they have to be talented. As good as I am, which is very talented indeed. I think you have what it takes. If you're interested, I can...
Sorry, but no. No way in hell am I ever doing that.
Goodness. You could have stopped at no.
I can't think of anything more wretched than getting up on a stage to sing in front of a bunch of people.
You didn't seem to mind singing for those children.
The little ones weren't feeling well and couldn't sleep, so I sang them a lullaby to help. That's a far cry from standing on the same stage as you have, with all of those stuffy nobles staring at me. Truthfully, I'm not brave enough for it.
Rein it in, Yurikins. It's the opera, not the battlefield. This isn't a life-or-death situation.
Fair enough. Sometimes I forget what's a real threat and what isn't. But I must ask you to never bring up singing again. Not to me. Not if you want to keep things amicable between us.
Damn. And there he goes.
That good at singing hate it so much.
Oh, is that Petra? Looks like she's out shopping.
Hey there, young lady. Are you looking to buy, or would you rather cry? Just so you know, there's no beating my prices.
Oh, what a saleswoman.
Beating? Are you wanting to battle me? As in a battle of wills? Trust me, kid. You don't want to waste your life trying to beat me at...
Huh? Sword or bow? Which are you fighting with? You have skill with both, I am thinking.
Petra, what are you doing? Why are you fighting? What did she say?
I was asked to be coming here and do the shopping, but then this merchant gave me her challenge.
Huh? This has to be a misunderstanding. Look, I'll help you. What were you trying to buy?
We are needing vulneraries. Many people make use of them, and our stock is lowly.
Oh, got it. Just leave this to me. Come on, isn't that price a little high? Surely you can afford to go a bit lower.
Are you kidding? This is even lower than my usual bargain rate.
Really? Because the shop over by the gates is selling the same item for a little more than half that. Guess I'll have to head back there after all.
Hey, let's all take a deep breath. Here's the deal. I'll give you another 10% off. How's that?
Make it 20% and you've got a deal.
Ooh.
You drive a hard bargain. Fine, 20%. But you better be grateful.
The shopping was successful. You have my gratitude, Ash.
Not a problem. I'm used to this sort of thing.
Bargaining for prices in Fodland is complicated. I am thankful for this bargain.
Now the extra can be given back to our professor. I had learnings about the customs of Fodlan. I have gratitude for that, too.
Real leather? I don't even think I would... I don't know if I would even appreciate leather seats. My car is fabric seats.
I wouldn't call it a custom, exactly. It's just a trick we commoners use to save money.
Efficiency with money is a wonderful culture.
I promise you, it's really nothing special.
Actually, Takaru, why are you staring at that car right now?
May I help you, Sereth?
Finally noticed me, I see. Good to see that you are so dedicated to your training.
Do you have need of my sword?
Finally noticed me, I see. Good to see that you are so dedicated to your training.
Well, you've been researching this car for over 15 minutes. What's got you so interested in it?
Do you have need of my sword?
No.
Is it your dream car?
I would like to discuss the distance you seem to be keeping from the others.
Distance? I don't follow.
I have noticed that you like to keep others at arm's length, and in most cases, quite a bit further.
And building a version for me?
Keeping a close eye on me.
Not one with $26,000 of paint, though.
They don't share my values, that's all.
Is that why you train alone? Because your friends do not share your values?
You seem displeased.
Silver.
I suppose you're going to tell me, to defeat your enemies, you must have dependable allies.
That's not exactly how I would phrase it, but having good relationships with your allies is essential in combat.
Hydrate.
I am sure you realize that it is easier to bond with people when you interact with them more. There are limits to what one person can do alone. Great things cannot be achieved without allies.
Sure.
You sound like my father.
The wettest whistle.
You're saying it's in my own interest to make friends?
To put it simply, yes. As much as you possibly can. To be honest, I envy you, because I know what it is like to not have many people to call friends.
I wouldn't have guessed that. There are so many devout believers.
I am talking about friends. People to speak with on equal terms. You have many friends here. You should take care to attend to them.
I'll consider your advice, but I'm not usually one to change my mind.
To be young.
Cream as in, like, the color? Yeah, I don't feel like it'd be a problem. It's better than my dust collecting plastic gray interior.
Hi there, Ash. Here to do some reading as well, I take it? Ash?
Huh, Ingrid! You gave me a start. How long have you been standing there?
Not too long. Apologies for startling you. Must be a great book for you to be so deeply engrossed in it. What has you so captivated?
Oh, it's quite an old book. One of the really old legends of Fargus.
Aha! It must be the Sword of Kaifon then, yes?
Oh, so you know it.
Oh yes. I know it quite well. I read it often as a child. In fact, I read it so much that my personal copy fell apart. I brought it everywhere with me. I adore that book. The tale of the warrior Kaifon, whose devotion and loyalty enabled his best friend Lug to become king. He went to great lengths to see things through.
A fifth seat in the car? No. No, thank you.
Exactly. I love the image of him charging forward into the fray, ready to take on any obstacle in the name of his king.
Indeed, he was the very picture of the perfect knight. In my opinion, the best chapter is right around the middle of the book.
Ah, the part about the war of the eagle and lion? That's my favorite part. In a flash, Kaifon's sword flew from its scabbard. The knight parried the assassin's blade mere inches from the spine of his king.
Kaifon's blade hummed like the wind, slashing the enemy's throat. In mere moments, their forces lay vanquished, decimated by his mighty blows. I can recite the entirety of it if you like.
How do I like my knees? Unbruised and functioning.
I never grow weary of that tale. The pinnacle of knighthood, with all its struggles and glory.
I know just what you mean. I never get tired of it. Some people laugh at me for reading these old tales, but I'll never outgrow them. I'm glad to find someone who shares my enthusiasm.
I'm glad of it as well.
Not moisturized? SMH my head? I'm not good about moisturizing my arms and legs. I'm too worried about my hands.
Tell me, what other books do you enjoy, Ash?
Because, yes, my arms and legs can get ashy, but my hands will crack and bleed. Just do them all at once? I'd have to do it, like, immediately out of the shower. And I always put my clothes on first. I always forget.
Well, the first one I ever read was Lugh and the Maiden of Wind.
You have fantastic taste. That story is another favorite. The final chapter makes me tear up every time.
I know. When I first read it, I just couldn't get that ending out of my head.
It seems we have much in common. I look forward to chatting again sometime.
I'd love to. Yes, let's.
Very chivalrous. Tell us a story about farms? Okay, so there is some people that are friends of my grandparents, and my grandma and I took a trip over there, and we stayed at their farm. They had like a couple barns, you know, some silos, some animaminals. Really, all I did for fun over there, I brought my PlayStation 1 with me, or no, my PlayStation 2 with me, even though I had PlayStation 1 games. I brought that with me for entertainment, and that's like all I had with me. So I either like went outside and chased some cats around, or the friend's husband would take me and their dog on a gator to drive around. And one of the times he was like, "You want to drive?" And I was like, "Dead ass?" So I'm in charge, and anytime we saw any trash on the road, we would stop and pick it up. Well, I tried to turn right. Left turns were really easy, but one of the very first times I tried to make a right turn, I did not do very well, and I drove into some corn. So, big sorry to whoever didn't get their corn because of me.
You had me come all this way.
I need you for something. Have a seat. I won't take much of your time.
Okay.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. Here you are.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Did you make this yourself?
I may not seem like much of a chef, but I know a thing or two about cooking. Looks tasty,
Can I, eat it now? I'm famished after all the training.
Have at. That's why I asked you here.
I see. Well, thank you. Don't mind if I do. This dish is divine. The first bite just melts in your mouth, and these vegetables are perfect. The flavors are interwoven together like a dance of swords between two myrmidons.
Calm yourself, Ingrid. I'm in no need of a critique. I just want you to enjoy it and take a load off.
Aw, thank you. I will. That was delicious, Yuri. I cannot thank you enough.
I'm glad. Then it was worth all the toil that went into preparing it.
You haven't eaten anything for yourself?
I figured I'd eat something a bit later. I didn't make the meal for me.
You cooked only for me?
Bro cooked on an empty stomach.
The innkeeper provided me with some of his finest meat and told me to feed you. I figured if I was going to do it, I'd better do it right. So I popped into the kitchen and got working.
That won't do at all, Yuri. Meals are meant to be shared. It seems my stomach got the better of me this time, though. And I scarfed everything before remembering that.
Why bother yourself with such trivialities? The meal was a gift. Seeing you enjoy yourself like that
Wow,
is
what?
the reward I need.
What way is that?
A bit like when you had all that meat stuffed into your cheeks at the marketplace. Like some kind of chipmunk.
What do you mean, wow, me?
On your face when you cut
I
loose.
didn't do anything.
You do?
I'm just enjoying the movie.
The innkeeper couldn't have said it better. She's got a real foodie face, that one.
I'm not quite sure how to feel.
Really, though?
Yeah.
There are a few things I enjoy as much as seeing
Just
a
by
woman
existing,
indulge
huh?
herself.
You should consider your words before using them. Such a flirtatious comment can only invite misunderstandings.
I didn't mean it that way.
Or did he? Oh, this is the last one.
You know, Catherine, you really
I'm no
saved
bear.
my hide. If not for you, I would have bought that phony coin. So I just wanted to say, money thanks. Really, I can't begin to express my gratitude.
Huh.
There's no need to thank me, Alois. It was nothing. But I am a little worried about you. You just immediately believed what he was saying. You're way too trusting. I wish you'd be a little more skeptical about people, that's all.
Yes, you make a good point. I'll try to be more cautious from now on.
Excuse me, sir. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt.
Good day, ma'am. Do you need something?
I'm afraid so. You see, I'm a humble traveler, and a pickpocket stole all my money. I don't have enough to get home, and I have nowhere to sleep tonight. Please, sir, spare a little money to help me.
Oh, I'm so sorry about your troubles. I don't have much on me, but here.
Alois, no, not so fast.
Blundered again.
Traveler.
What?
Tell
Don't
me
call
your
me a
name.
twink. Only I'm allowed to call me a twink.
I'd like to take an official statement from you so that we can investigate this theft. Once we ascertain exactly what happened, then we will lend you some money. How does that sound?
Gone.
And she's gone.
What? You don't mean she was trying to...
Yes, she was. It's a common trick for cheats to pull. They pluck at your heartstrings so that you'll give them your money. You just said you'd be more careful, too. You really are an easy mark, Alois.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Why are you so quick to trust people?
Takaro, I think you should definitely take out the transmission.
I've always believed that to earn others' trust, you have to be trusting.
You're taking that philosophy a bit too far.
No! Oh, wait. Reclass some people, I think? Yes, Lawrence! It is time.
Think of the possibilities.
I ate too much food.
Giving less than your all is unacceptable.
Anybody else? We can probably make people Grimoires at this point, I think. Seteth can also probably become a Wyvern Lord. At least I hope so. Let's see. Yes. Do, 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 do.
I'm so glad I passed.
Who else? $220,000. What the heck have you done to this thing? Like, actually. Tell us a story about money? Hmm. It's actually... This is a very simple story. But, I think it goes without saying that it was my first lesson in the world of money. I was out shopping with my parents one time. This was like, shit, probably 10 or more years ago at this point. But we were at Walmart at checkout. And literally right at the register, like, they have that, like, that bagging, the wheel of bagging at Walmart, and there was a $100 bill on the floor, and I pointed at it to my dad. I was like, Dad, there's money on the floor, and he looked, and I was like, you know, it's just a kid moment. I, like, said it. I mean, kids kind of speak louder than they think they do a lot of the time, but in my loud child voice, I was saying, like, is that a $100 bill? And my dad was like, shh, and he fucking stepped on it so that people couldn't see it. And he was like, pick that up and don't say anything. And I was like, okay. But, I mean, it's obvious why he did not announce that there was $100 on the floor. But still. Somebody else has to. Somebody else has to. Oh, she can already become a Mortal Savant? How close are you on Sword? Oh. Only 33% done with customizations. Did I read that? Or did I tell my story first? Anyway, you're gonna have that thing at like $500,000. That's just how it's going to be. Sword crit plus 10. She gets a slight bit more defense with that. Slightly less strength. And loses out on her valuable speed. But she does get a magic boost as well. And you can move farther too. I don't know what mastering Swordmaster would do for her,
I must continue to work hard.
but that's so many battles just to master that. I don't know if it's worth it. So we'll just move her up the food chain. All right, I'm gonna go fry some chicken and then we can start this little thing. I'm not peeing. I'm just frying chicken. I have fried some chicken. I'm sure it'll be delicious. After fending off the Empire, your forces decide it's time to advance. But first, you must capture the Great Bridge of Myrddin, a strategic crossing point over the Aramid River, which borders the Alliance and the Empire. I can't wait to fight on a bridge.
Sight set on the Imperial capital, the Alliance army chooses to march through the territory of House Gloucester, supporters of the Empire. Under the command of Nardell, the retainer of House Regan, the defensive forces of Houses Regan and Daphne draw out the Gloucester troops. Thus, the Alliance army can continue its march toward the Great Bridge of Myrddin and cross the Aramid River, which separates the Alliance and the Empire.
Man, what? Ew! What is that engraving? What is that font? That is so ugly. This is quite unpleasant. The other ones look worse? No way. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. All right, who's in my class? If you're a golden deer, raise your hand. Okay, 9 people. I think that checks out. Tell us a story about lies, not a sad one. Ooh. So there's a friend that I had in like late elementary school and like early middle school. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I had a friend from around that time. We would hang out fairly often. We've done a lot of all-nighters. We've done a lot of late-night snack runs. Played a lot of games together. We went through the whole shebang. Now, I stopped hanging out with him because of some drug use, and that was it. Just, it's gone. It's whatever. It's just, that's then. We're gonna leave it then. Well, I was at Walmart like last week, and I'm just minding my own business. I'm walking through the Walmart, and somebody just goes, Jaden? I was like, what the fuck? Who the heck? And this dude is barely recognizable from what he was. Oh my gosh. He looks like the same person, but at the same time, he looks like a totally different person. It's like an alternate reality moment. And I'm stuck out here by myself, and this dude is like doing the long lost friend catch up moment, and I want nothing to do with it. Like I could really not care less. And he tries to like get my number or tries to get my info in some capacity. And I was just like, do you still have my email? And he said like, oh yeah, like Turtle Rock, right? And I was like, yeah, that's the one. And I fucking walked away. Good God. That was like so stressful. I don't think I'll feel like that about a conversation for quite a while. Or ever again. Who should I pair with these dudes? Nah, the worst part is, the worst part about it was the isolation that I felt in that moment was so like it permeated my entire being. I was like, I mean, it makes sense that they disappeared, but like, oh God. I had to stand there, like make the Fire Emblem poses, do the Genshin like, oh, just give him what he wants, and then it'll be over quicker. But yeah, I needless to say, walking away from that, he does not have another way to contact me. Where is Seteth? Oh, Seteth is right here. I'm looking at him. He's only got 2. Who has the most? It's just exhausting, innit? Just a bad time. Yeah, Cyril's got 4 of them, but only actually 2 of them at this point. Catherine's got 3 of them. Okay, okay. 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3. Man, come on. Somebody's got to have more than 4. Oh, Sylvain's got fucking 5. Sure. Actually, wait. Sylvain, where even are you? Do you want the smoking package? No! We have exactly 1 healer. Exactly 1. Because Byleth is not a healer anymore. Do you want a ski bag for $250? I am not interested in a ski bag. Oh, wait, Sylvain, can you? Yes. He's a healer. What a world we live in. All right, Claude is getting a support, or an adjutant, for sure. We'll put Flayn on him, since that's a rare occasion. Except it's not a rare occasion at all. Then... the Ashen Wolves are probably what I should prioritize. At least a little bit. Let's do Balthus and Lysithea. Balthus. Nothing there. I want Cyril and Hilda to have their A rank. Let's do it. Bam. Let's check up on inventories. You need something better than a steel sword plus. Maybe like a silver sword? Or maybe Killing Edge? Yeah, let's do that. I feel like I should repair the Brave Bow Plus, but at the same time, I think it's okay. I feel like that's redundant. Eh, whatever. You're good. You're good. You do not need this. Is there a... No, all the staves are taken. It's interesting to me that I've decided to forego the use of Chalice of Beginnings. But really, the Goddess Ring? I can't help but feel like there's a better option. But you should also have something better than a steel lance. Have a silver lance. Alright. Wait, Lawrence, you good? No, you need a Brave Lance Plus. And to not have that.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come back soon.
And... no, not reclass. Battalions. Who the heck doesn't have one? Ash, you don't. Why? I mean, it's literally just E, but still. None of them have range? No, there's range right here. Wait, resilience? Oh, it gives you avoidability, though. Sorry for missing most of the stream. You've been passed out for a majority of today. Had 2 separate naps already? Oh my god. Also, you just baited me with 1 bit. Thanks for the 101 bits, you prankster. Honestly, I'm not at all fussed about it. You need your rest. I was 100% ready to go ham at the gym, though. Somebody else doesn't have one. Is it Flane? This bitch. Oh, she doesn't have the authority for one that has flying units. Dude. It really is just an uphill battle with Flane. What are you at right now? E+. E+. Really? After all that I've dumped into Flame, she is at E+. I understand. I see how it is. I'm not offended. But did anybody else possibly... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, all of my class, they're all at B or higher. That's incredible. Well, C, but it's C or higher. Silver. What the heck is up? In my opinion?
That symbol. It's an enemy raid. Stay calm and face them head on.
I don't know if it'll be valuable, but I shall give it.
We're quick. We might be able to
Oh!
They say the enemy general Ladislava
I
is
felt
among
that
Edelgard's
coming
most
from a
trusted.
mile away.
Let's see what she's got. Our goal is to take down Ladislava and gain control of the bridge. Let's go.
Well, Ladislava's fucking dead. Oh god. Nope, it's terrible. Oh. I'm still like actually full of food. And this is like, my stomach is now bulging from this. I do not appreciate. Huh? Halves instead of fulls? What do you mean? Oh, that really does not feel good. A half a liter every 45 minutes? Well, it's not very... Wait, what? It's not a liter, though. Yeah. Well, 8 ounces is like nothing. That's not really a chug, is it? But yeah, the chugs are only a problem whenever I eat a lot of food.
Shall we?
You probably can't take that heat. Do you have... You do. Bet. Watch this. Hey, what? You can't use... Why? What's the point of your class, then? Oh, he's not a holy knight. He's not a holy knight. I'm stupid. I really said paladin. He's a warrior of light. No, he's not. So I have one healer. You don't have a lot of defense. You do, though. You got this. Expo Dojo. Xpod Aujo. What's up? Thanks for the follow. What is that emote? What am I looking at? Is that Rhea's cake that I'm looking at? Unbelievable. I guess I'm gonna go get up and stretch after witnessing what I just did. Ugh. I'll pray to that. Thank you. Oh, HoYoLab says that I haven't logged in to get my daily check-in. Interesting. Okay, so Raphael, what can you take? Lots of coin flips. You'll be fine. Who else is around here? There's only 2 archers around here. So, Claude and Hilda. You guys should definitely move to the left and then make your way over down. Actually, you know what? Leonie, you too. Any of you have... a chest? Ignatz, you can lockpick, yeah? He can.
Steady now.
Okay. He can creep his way over there.
My orders.
All right, Leonie, go with him. That'll be the whole shebang over there. And these guys down here, is that even necessary? Defeat all enemy commanders. Not really, but
I'll do my best.
I mean, I guess we can flex on them a little bit. He can probably take that. Oh, your defense is lower than that.
What's my strategy?
And Byleth. Oh, he's interested in attacking Marianne now.
Let's make this quick.
Two armored units. Okay, Lysithea can go down there. At least she can try to. Okay, one coin flip lost. A thing for you guys.
Guess I need to know this stuff, huh?
Let's assume that you have a very, very, very comfortable amount of money. How much are you willing to spend on a car? Like, what is your actual limit? Oh, Marianne was supposed to get a new class? Assuming that money is not a problem, what is the most you're willing to spend on a car? Oh my gosh, I'm literally dying out here. I'm dying. Full stop. He's a sneaky fella. Okay, so we have 6 units to kill right here. So this is going to be kind of a stopgap for a second. These armored units can wait. Let's get him... What can you do with an axe? Show me what you got. I like those odds. Dude, Takaru, you're out of your mind. Dude said, I will buy any and every car I can. Oh, even Byleth can't do it. Interesting. Well, the odds of critting are pretty high anyway. Still not enough, though. Okay, we don't need to actually kill those guys. However, I do want both of these archers dead. They seem like more of a nuisance than anybody else.
I've got No time for mercy.
Oh wait, this is your chance to show off your freaking magic skills, dude. Let's see it.
Thought you could best me?
Fairly humble, all things considered. Oh geez, what am I looking at? I mean, it's nice, but $260,000? I don't think so, buddy. Let's move all the way over here. How about a Night Kneeler? No. Really? That's the best you can do? Same. I also have one of those. I don't know about this. A 65 chance to hit. How about a battalion use? Ooh, that's not gonna help. Wish he had a Brave Lance. We pray. Good Lord, we pray. Thoughts on the G-Wagon? I do not know anything about wagons or cars.
I was just stronger.
What is that? That is just a Mercedes Wrangler. That thing looks ridiculous. A 64% chance to hit. Don't even talk to me about how much it costs. That's just too dang much. He's really gonna hit him from there. Really. Alright, let's see Sylvain die. Oh shit, what's up?
Acheron, now's the time to show your loyalty to the Empire. Attack the enemy from behind.
I've got to make my name known to Her Majesty through distinguished service.
Acheron the Weathervane. He's of the Alliance. He's a minor noble who holds territory to the north of Myrden. If he's gonna support the Empire, no need to hold back. He's nothing but a nuisance, even to the Alliance.
That's just ridiculous. So many people are dying on this turn. I never could have predicted this. Yeah, anyway.
Did it again. We'll ally ourselves. You think we'll let you take it?
Nobody else gave a shit. Rest in peace, Sylvain. Okay, let's take it back here. This image that isn't loading for $149. Oh, hey. Why is the steering wheel so high? That thing's a little bit weird looking.
At the ready.
Why is there no, like, grid indicator for that?
Shall we?
It's there on the ground, but not here.
My orders?
I think they should make those for normal people. That'd be pretty dope. Okay, we'll just wait for the counterattack.
What's my strategy?
Crest of Flames? Of course not.
It won't be in vain.
Impressive.
Okay, instead of Raphael here, let's get him that silver axe and make him use a vulnerary. And you can still pop off. Show him what's good. Actually, we'll put you here instead. But tell us a story about when you did things my way.
I can exceed this.
Just like
I've
that.
spited people in methods a lot. I mean, that'd be cool, don't get me wrong. That'd be totally cool. Do not even get it twisted.
Let's make this quick.
I've only listened to one Papa Roach song, but I'm trying to think of like a specific moment that I like did things specifically my way.
All for our future. Need to pull my weight.
What the heck is a hypercar?
I'll do my best.
I'm like beyond confused right now.
You're a big help.
I do not know what that is, the thing you speak of. What do you mean, how do I not know?
Now's the time to show your loyalty to the Empire. Attack the enemy from behind.
Have you considered that maybe luxury cars are not something that I have a lot of awareness of?
Acheron the Weathervane. He's of the Alliance. He's a minor noble who holds territory to the north of Murden. If he's gonna support the Empire, no need to hold back. He's nothing but a nuisance.
You call them hypercars? I think I would want... My favorite is definitely the Lamborghini.
will not die.
Oh, he missed the joke. Okay.
I see.
Wow. You really just threw that stick at me, dude.
We'll ally ourselves with the Imperial soldiers, too.
Thanks for making your way here.
Yeah, a Lamborghini.
Annihilate the enemy with the rest of them.
I did not say Lamborghini. Alright, dudes, line up, I guess.
You think we'll let you take this bridge from us?
Whoa, new enemies from the central fortress? By the looks of it, that might not be all of them.
Thanks for healing up, guys. If it's a Simpsons joke, then I'm unaware of it. Ooh, a critical ring. Hilda could use that. Actually, she doesn't need it. Oh, this is gonna be delicious. Wait. No, not fail not. Don't do that. Don't do that. Wait, what? Oh, I'm having a depth perception issue. Okay, maybe don't do that. I don't know. I don't care about any of those. I do not have a preference. I should have moved him here. What the hell am I doing? Whatever.
Can we help?
I'm still trying to think of an answer to Silver's question as well.
Still far from the top.
Christian who? Koenigsegg? I have never heard of him. Unfortunately. Alright, then we move out of the way here. Ooh, wait, actually. We'll do a little bit of sneaky stuff. Hilda, your resistance, very low. We'll get creative with this plan. Achievements including...
We still have a long way to go.
Silver, I've done a lot of soul searching here, and I have come to the conclusion that I'm always doing things my way, and doing something efficiently or effectively is my way of spiting everybody. Can you one shot? With Lance of Ruin, yes. Tempest Lance with a silver. That works.
As they say, if you can't beat them, join them. I'm not in for a beating, am I?
Oh, you're in for a beating. I do not know what that means. I'm going to assume that's a very powerful engine.
I never should have aligned with the Empire.
Well, sucks to be you. Yep, sucks to be you. He can take it. Lysithea? Do that thing. Oh, really? Dark Spikes T. That's effective against horses. To an extremely scary degree.
It's done.
We're gonna see what you can do to him first. Brave Lance won't do it. Oh, you could take him out with that, though. Easy peasy. Take him out with fire.
A nobleman does his duty.
Yo, you don't have to do that.
This is for the best, right?
It's probably best to just let them attack who they want. If they attack Marianne, that's actually none of my concern. Dude, he made that whole ass car by himself? With his bare hands? Now that's talent. Takaru just mentioned somebody that's accomplished a great feat, but I assumed at least somebody else in here didn't know who they were. Who's a person that has done something great that you think deserves more recognition? Me? No, I mean like actually. Because I haven't done anything great.
Never let your guard down.
Mary Shelley for all she's given to sci-fi? Is that an actor? A writer? Yeah, I played Genshin. That's such an achievement. A true marvel of society. Writer invented sci-fi. I see. What was the genesis story of it all?
Appreciate it. Now's our chance.
Yeah, blaze it! Fizzlesticks. Alright, from here... Who's actually overleveled? Raphael needs some kills. That's like it. Everybody else can do what they want. Except... for Lawrence, for some reason. You are highly overleveled. That is some awful attention. Dude, you're just always so close. Sylvain, you're always so close.
Looks like we can capture this fortress quickly if we take out the soldiers protecting it.
Enemies approaching. Get the soldiers standing by to join the fight. We may need to hurry up preparations of the ballista, too. Protect the fortress.
About closeness? Sorry. Elaborate? I don't really understand the question.
You lost that one.
Dude, Lawrence is actually cracked out of his mind on dark magic.
Our quarrel wasn't personal.
When did I grow close to someone? Ooh. Good question.
Should have seen that coming. Gotta get stronger.
I feel like Remington is the only real example I can give. Are you gonna do that Genshin 10 pull as soon as the server's open? Yeah, sure. Sure. We'll even do it in singles to elongate it. Really get the blood flowing. You can't move that far. Just myrtleize this dude. What, you don't want me to do that? Why? What's the problem?
This is for the best, right?
Nope, single pulls. I gotta milk it. Oh, great. Now, Marianne's going to get attacked? Good God. You got 3 range? Yeah, of course you do.
I'll do my best.
Still gonna do it? For some reason, no, not now.
What's my strategy?
I really would prefer he not be targeted like that. It's okay though. Before I complete this turn, I'm gonna go fry some chicken. I can feel myself already about to die. What do you mean I fried too much chicken? I think it's perfectly normal. Most certainly normal. What do you mean, nah? I won't have it.
Steady now.
My orders?
Dude, clap back at this idiot.
I will destroy you.
Yeah, not necessary.
I'm not dying here.
Yeah, let's get some supports.
At the ready. I fought and won. I'm that much closer to my goal.
But do you guys actually think that I can get Dia on a single freaking 10 pull? Or you just want me to waste my Primo gems?
Shall we?
You don't want me to win the good old luck draw? Oof. This is a little bit awkward. Why did you just smile and look away? Why did I? I don't know. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ignots. No! Stop!
I'll tolerate no obstacle.
I just can't. I can't.
A nobleman does his duty.
You stop too, Takaro. That's ridiculous. Ha, nice. Not nice.
I was just stronger. I sense an improvement.
You don't... There's no chance. I am Rizless. We've already figured that out.
That's another one.
Raphael is seriously like, oh my god. He's at the start of the map. Oh, thank god. I don't know why he didn't want to attack Ignots, but thank you.
The Blade Breaker taught me well.
Oh, hey. Where did you come from? You can get over there, yeah? Alright, you do that.
What's the plan?
Sylvain can take care of this.
You knew the odds.
I wish he could have moved onto this. Save us the trouble of healing him.
Let's make this quick.
Dude, Lysithea is also super far behind.
I can still fight. In a hurry to die, are you?
A 9 p.m. picnic?
Our quarrel wasn't personal.
I hope you have a lantern. This is not the best place for Marianne, to be honest. But that's okay. Yeah, Lawrence, you can get it.
That helps.
I'm not a light source. I'm not bioluminescent. Don't be silly. He cannot move twice. Claude has...
I'm all right.
If he can kill him in one shot. That is not one shot. Do it, Claude. That'll be the last thing you shoot this... Or the last thing you kill during this mission.
We're all desperate, aren't
You're just saying that because I'm white. Just because I'm a white, I'm a light source? Actually... No, Marianne should be able to get him from there. But I also don't want to waste the sword.
No mercy.
She's got the speed. She's got some avoidability. Or should we have Hilda do it instead? Hilda, you do it instead. My composition doesn't matter, huh? Wow. It's not about what I am, huh?
Never let your guard down.
Yeah, it should be 19. Wait. Nah.
Gotten stronger,
Maybe?
haven't I?
Yeah, it started at 4 my time. I was thinking maybe 20, but I'm an hour off of my estimates. I'm kind of stupid. Ooh, got his attention in a bad way. Both of you are level 34. Marianne. A little healing for the gentleman.
Appreciate that.
Dudes do not know how to take compliments. I don't pay attention to anybody. I don't even pay attention to myself, clearly.
Leave it to me.
Fight with him. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Steady now.
Somebody else. You have a speed ring. You have the charm thing. You don't really need that, though. Hilda, you take the critical ring from this man. Oh. Oh. Jeez. We can wait a second. Oh, would I have to make a decision now? Nah, I can wait. That is not acceptable. Okay. Flyers can all move here. Ready to assemble.
Shall we?
Get some good supports in there. Raphael's got all the help he needs. Hey, don't do that. Healing isn't allowed in a video game. Oh, he doesn't get poisoned. I like it. Oh, he got poisoned. I don't like it. I don't have any antidotes, I don't think. Well, actually, Byleth can change that. You're kind of struggling, my dude. You're kind of struggling. Did you update the game already? Yeah, I have it pre-downloaded on my computer. But I could also... I should download it on my phone. Especially now that I know that I can download things while streaming and not worry about it. Hey, let me get that, Oh, yeah. Download the update from the App Store. Oh, well, I'm not worried about that. Shouldn't take but a couple moments. Lysithea, you, I guess, need to kill more. Do it. Five minutes is nothing.
It's done.
Literally nothing. Marianne, can you... No, you're not that kind of healer. You don't have that specialization. Shit. Convoy. Where's that antitoxin? Open Sesame, Genshin Impact. Ew, my dude on the horse is interested in Marianne. It's kind of icky. That's too much smoke. Too much, too much. Let's see, what can we do here with these four? Can do a little wraparound. This is gonna be crazy. Why are we curved shotting? Oh, that's 3 spaces away. Again, depth perception moment. American, German, Italian, or Japanese cars? I'm gonna give you 2 answers and one of them is not on the list. I'm gonna say Japanese or Korean cars. Holy 2.5 gigabytes. Even after the update. Holy shit.
For Gerald.
Yeah, for Gerald. I don't want Ladislava to attack her. How do I make you not? Just go back from where we came from. That's it. Wha-bam!
Can't afford to slack off. Not quite what I'd hoped for.
Dude, everybody's struggling with their stat increases. What Korean car company? Hyundai. My car's pretty dope, dude. It's the attention of Ladislava and the demonic beast. Wow. Claude, you wouldn't be able to happen to take him out, would you? Maybe not. Maybe. Big maybe. Oh, Kia? No, thank you.
I took care of
I've never even heard of the other one. Yeah, if I move here, I can only move 1 space out of the way. Ladislava's gonna take his entire neck off. I just really have to hope for that coin flip with Hilda. Double coin flip, actually. I don't know about that, Chief. Let's do the math here. 30. So she can take a hit from this and 1 hit from Ladislava. That's it. That's all we can manage. What the? That is one ugly car, let me tell you what. I would not be proud of that if I made it. Why am I yawning? Who are you going after? Raphael? Whatever. He has how much range on that? Whoa! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 1 through 4? Wow. Lauren's actually just turned into one of my best units. Oh, he's kind of pissed off at me, though. Alright, Ladislava, have mercy on me, please. Sucks to be you.
Goddess, forgive me.
You need no forgiveness for that, Marianne. That was self-defense.
I'm really gaining confidence.
Oh,
To
oh.
repay Her Majesty's favor, I will not let you pass.
I don't know if I can defend myself well. Ooh. Ooh. Woo. No, I'm not good at arguing. I can't debate, I can't argue, I can't convince somebody of anything, I can't prove my own case. That is quite the beating Hilda just took. Fix him up, Marianne. Or, you know, physic her up. That's what I meant to say. Let's break this guy first. Nah, let's do the gambit here.
We'll support you.
Then after that,
Let's get things rolling.
we'll move him into place. Shit, that's not what I wanted. It's fine. It's fine. That'll break his entire shell open.
We're ready.
In this situation,
Yeah, Balthus, tell him how to use magic.
Amazing what a little bloodshed can do.
Only one Umbral Steel? Are you like actually being for real right now? They've got enough health over there. Haagen-Dazs chocolate ice cream hits the right spot. I don't even remember the last time I had that brand of ice cream. What do you mean, why? I just don't remember the last time I had it. Byleth, you really suck, you know that? You, like, actually suck monkey nuts. Please crit. No. Dude. Tell us your favorite tongue twister. You know, it's actually funny you say that. I'm not actually good at saying complicated sentences. Where's it at? I'm looking at a thing earlier. And it was like some sample ad reads. Kind of like with the Taco Bell $5 box thing. Where's it at? It was like a really, really stupid... They're like things that are vaguely hard to say. So like, it's new! The nice and easy color blend foam permanent color with tones and highlights. Now in a delightful foam. Just 3 shakes, foam it, love it. Nice and easy color blend foam. You're right in color foam. It's foamtastic. Shit like that. But there was one in particular on here that was impossible for me to say. Where's it at? Like, it was actually unbelievable. But the seashell tongue twister is probably one that I cannot do. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I'm going to mess it up trying to read it, but bear with me. The $5 foot-long Orchard chicken salad sub is back, packed with juicy chicken, sweet apples, tart cranberries, and a Crunchalicious celery. It's a bushel full of flavor on freshly baked bread. Here for a limited time only. Subway. Eat fresh. I said it correctly, but I was reading this earlier, and Crunchalicious celery... I actually could not stop saying, like, Crunchalicious celery. Like, I just could not. It's ridiculous. It was a very humbling moment to be like, oh, I would love to do voiceover one day. And then I can't say Crunchalicious and celery at the same time. Dude, why is she so strong? Claude, beat the fuck out of her. Oh my god. She's actually a force. And Claude doesn't have a battalion. She does, though. And it helps with the demonic beast, so whatever. But... my actual favorite tongue twister that's not really a tongue twister is... How many bears could a Bear Grylls grill if a Bear Grylls could grill bears?
Even if it costs me my life, I've got to protect the Great Bridge.
She doesn't have resistance. Let's put her over here in the corner. You do the same thing. Oh, this one's gonna be even better.
May I help?
Do I miss you guys when I don't stream? By your standards, Silver, this is going to sound heartless, but no, I don't miss you guys. But the only reason is because I don't even have to be on stream to actually, like, be with you guys. You guys are basically always there. Nobody else can move to this spot. You go here as well, Leonie. Maybe this will be better? Uh-huh. Takaru, I cannot read that.
We can handle that.
Let's bring them down.
Let's see what this says. Oh, that's a tongue twister, isn't it? That did not translate well into English. English! Oh my god. Y'all ever heard of speaking? Not me, though. Why is the accuracy so bad?
Lady Edelgard, I'm sorry.
Did you look it up too? Something about sucking?
I'm that much closer to my goal.
I am only just beginning.
I'm glad we defeated them here. I doubt they're an enemy we could win against twice.
Ladislava was the goal here? I still had 2 demonic beasts to I still had 3 demonic beasts to fight, fucker ass game. Come on now. That is so unsatisfying. I'm actually kind of upset about that.
Well done, everyone. The Great Bridge of Myrddin is ours.
I was prepared for bloodshed, but that was more than expected. I guess I'm still not used to this.
Even our enemies were fighting for their own cause. They held out without fleeing until the bitter end.
You don't have to get used to it.
That is true. I wouldn't want to become the type of person who feels nothing when someone dies.
Now it's on me to return to Alliance territory and convince those lords to join us. Lawrence, would you return home for the time being and lay the groundwork with your father?
Genshin's up!
Fine.
I'm gonna go through the monastery, talk to everybody, do the thing, and then I can jump on.
For those of you who live in Alliance territories, I ask that you return to your houses and spread the word about the current situation. Until we finish our preparations, Judith and the Knights will do everything in their power to defend the Great Bridge.
What about the gambling? What about the gambling? It can wait. How good do you think you would look in a suit of armor?
That's a casual way to dole out such a deadly mission, boy.
Do you object?
Just who do you think I am? I won't let the Empire pass this way, even if it costs me my life.
Yo, why is MILF Judith not a playable character? Why is she not a unit? She's joined our army.
Too bad you're not allowed to die. Fight like your life depends on it, but flee if you're ever truly in danger.
A tall order, as always. I'll use my best discretion, Claude.
We have no objections either. Go forth and secure us a sufficiently powerful army.
Takaru thinks he would look terrible. I see.
I'll stay here too. The only ones I'd be going home to are my little sis and my grandpa.
Are you sure you don't want to see your sister? It may be a while before you can return home again.
Too skinny for it?
But if I see her, I may not want to come back. So I'll wait till I'm done here.
What about me?
Actually, I'd like for you to come with me, Teach, to help negotiate with the lords. They're followers of the Church of Seiros, after all. It'll make things easier if we have someone there to speak on Rhea's behalf. All right, everyone. Let's meet back at the monastery next month. Good luck out there.
I like how Seteth is just peering over Claude's shoulder immediately after he just says, yeah, we need somebody to maybe speak on Rhea's behalf. What kind of analogy is that? My dude. Like, how do you lose masculinity points when you put on a suit of armor?
Is that you, kiddo?
I have returned, Nardell.
Oh, Master Claude, it's you. I mistook you for one of the local children. My apologies.
Yo, he has got some drip.
It seems you have adjusted to your work here. Our recent strategy was successful, thanks to you.
I was a bit concerned when House Goneril's army intervened from the east.
Count Gloucester must have requested reinforcements from them.
Yes, and they have that young general who won some acclaim from his battles in Almyra. Regardless, they showed no signs of seriously wishing to attack us, and merely fulfilled their obligations to House Gloucester. Now then, who is this lovely lady?
This is my professor, who I asked to join me at the Roundtable Conference. Teach, this is Nardell, that retainer Judith was talking about.
Nice to meet you.
How polite. I've heard good things about you from Master Claude.
As you can see, he wasn't born in Fodlan. Still, trust me when I say he is highly capable.
True! In fact, my capability is my only redeeming quality. I hope you'll continue to look after Master Claude, Professor.
Yeah.
Part 2. Verdant Wind. Great Tree Moon. Blood of the Eagle and Lion. Now in control of the Great Bridge of Myrddin, the Alliance Army invades the Imperial territories. In response, the Imperial Army garrisons soldiers at Fort Merceus.
You're also fine as hell? What prompted that? New paralogs again?
All of that went about as well as it could have. Each lord has agreed to provide us with soldiers and supplies.
I'm impressed you were able to convince all of those scattered nobles to help us. I thought they would quarrel about how much support they should each provide. That's what they usually do.
Well, Count Gloucester took the initiative in taking on responsibilities. I presume that was because you spoke with him in advance, Lawrence.
I merely explained the situation at hand. Then my father simply followed your lead, Claude. It was because you had the professor there to represent Lady Rhea. My father is a pious follower of the Church of Seiros.
I don't doubt it. I wasn't under the delusion that it was my personal charm that unified everyone.
Time to try Bennett out?
Thanks for that, by the way. I hope you don't feel like I used you, because I sort of used you.
Don't mention it.
I appreciate that. We don't have time to be picky about our methods. But be honest, you're having a hard time adjusting to your new role, aren't you? You weren't even a follower of Seiros to begin with, and somehow you've ended up as a representative of the Church. I realize that you might feel guilty about deceiving the believers for our cause. But this is just what the Archbishop wanted. She's the highest authority in the Church. Besides, as wielder of the Sword of the Creator, it's undeniable that you're special. I think you should be more confident in yourself and use your position to the fullest.
I have news. Our enemy is gathering troops at Fort Merceus. Their army is immense, likely led by a renowned general, or perhaps even...
Edelgard?
Well now, that would be interesting. If we can defeat the Emperor, then the Empire will collapse.
There's something else. An unidentified army has approached the Great Bridge of Myrddin. They passed through the Daphne and Gloucester territories from the northwest with incredible speed. They're raising the banner of House Blaiddyd. Perhaps they are the remnants of the Fargus royal family. From what we could tell, they posed no threat to the citizens of the Alliance, and so we refrained from engaging them in needless combat.
Maybe they hope to fight against the Empire to avenge their fallen prince. And what about the bridge itself?
Obviously, we wouldn't let them pass without receiving envoys first. We thought they may try to force their way through. We considered firing warning arrows, but they left immediately, heading east.
Are they intending to use one of the bridges in Ordelia territory?
Most likely, but the Imperial Army still controls those bridges. I can't imagine what they intend to do in the Empire, even if they do manage to break through.
They give an intertwined fate for each Archon quest that you've completed? Oh, that's a thing that do that. What? They're giving you those after the fact?
I'm reluctant to
I thought it was
ease
just
upon
for the
surveillance,
future
but
ones.
It would be difficult to track them there. For now, let's assume they're just troops belonging to the Old Kingdom. In any case, we should proceed with caution. Soon we'll be entering Empire territory ourselves. If our enemies are going to intercept us with an attack, it will probably be at Gronder Field. How fitting that it was the site of the Battle of the Eagle and Lion 5 years ago.
Nice. So I have... maybe that 10 pulse free. Claude accepted the Silk Dragon armor from Nardell and obtained the certification for the Barbarossa class. Whoa!
My next steps are clear.
That is a... Claude, my dude, what the fuck is that? Oh, he was pretty close on Wyvern Master. So... I'm gonna keep him on that for now. But once he masters Wyvern Lord, he's definitely going to Barbarossa. Why do you hate Cyno? It's because he doesn't have... It's because he doesn't have shoes. I can feel it in my bones. Alright, Marianne... You gotta... What? Ooh. Huh? Hate his kit, not the appearance. He do be slightly gimped version of Xiao. She's proficient in faith and faith only. She was never going to become a Grimoire. But she's kind of meant... Oh, she's supposed to be like... I think she's supposed to be a holy knight. I can't help but feel like that's not as good. Nothing's really stopping you from switching off of him mid-burst, though. If you have him with good energy recharge, it shouldn't be a problem. Because I could maintain Aggravate for pretty much his whole burst. I mean... Is it really that bad while you're using other people's bursts and skills in the rotation? From what you guys know and seen about classes in this game, what do you think you would want yourself to be? Can I adjust the goal for her right now? Is it too unrealistic to try to make her purely this? It could be too late. I'll try. Yeah, Thundering Fury Sino Gang. You want to shoot lightning from your fingers? Okay, so for that, we've got... Shit. Show me the certifications. So you've got the Mage, which is the basic one. And then after that, you've got the Warlock. And then after that, you've got a Dark Knight or a Mortal Savant. You could also be a Grimoire. On the weird side of life, you could be a Dark Flyer, which is basically a Dark Knight that uses magic on a Pegasus. Or a Valkyrie is specifically just dark magic on a horse. I believe all of them, as long as the character learns that skill, I think all of them can use it. But I don't fully have a grasp on how the systems in this game work. Like, I couldn't really figure out why, despite being proficient in bow skills, Cyril does not know a single combat art for bows. Sorry, my arms aren't that long. Yeah, Flame support.
Hello, Flane. Isn't it about time you told me the truth?
About what exactly?
Who you really are. Villains are after you for your blood. There's no doubt that you're someone special. And that's why Seteth is always worrying about you so much, right?
Well, yes. I see no reason to hide that fact.
But just what makes that blood of yours so special? More than anything, I've been wanting to find out Teach's true identity. But yours is bothering me almost as much. Somehow, I can't seem to stop thinking about you. It's almost like a crush. I have a crush on your secrets, sweet Flane.
Such flattery.
I've tried asking Seteth, but there's no sign of him budging at this.
Oh my god.
Something I am willing to share.
I've tried asking Seteth, but there's no sign of him budging on the issue. At this point, I guess I just need better bargaining skills. Or how about this? If you tell me the truth, I'll do anything you say.
That is not something I am willing to share, unfortunately. However, since you are so passionate on the matter, I will promise you something.
Tell me how trash.
If you somehow manage to uncover the truth of my identity, I will acknowledge it as truth.
Hello, Saint Sethlene.
That's real nice of you and all, but I think if I could come up with the truth, I'd be able to tell from your reaction anyway. You're not great at hiding your emotions, after all.
If you do somehow figure it out, then I would ask something of you, Claude. I would ask that you reveal your own true identity.
Now that's a request I wasn't expecting.
It has been clear to me for quite some time now that you are no ordinary noble. I have been pondering, well, you, quite a lot lately. The curiosity is enough to drive me mad.
I see. Well, that's an interesting turn of events. Looks like we both have a little crush on our hands, huh? I hope the day comes when we can talk freely about both of our identities.
I just wanted to say that I've been watching, and I'm really impressed by how hard you work. Very dedicated for someone so young.
Oh, thank you.
I really admire your everything. But, you know, everybody needs to relax now and then.
I was wondering if maybe you and me could...
Speaking of a room, how much room do you need to live comfortably? Well, my room is about 200 square feet, and I am quite cramped. Comfortably cramped, but cramped. A mix of Sino and Ito? And by Ito, you mean not being able to control your character, I bet.
I'm quite busy. I should get going. Bye.
That was difficult to watch.
Lawrence, ever since you started hanging around, I've had no luck. Usually, if I show a girl I'm mature, noble, and interested, she's an easy catch.
Your logic is sound, I will admit, but your results are less than entirely convincing. Honestly, all this talk of maturity and experience from a shallow person like you is rather laughable.
Shallow? What? Like your nobleness as some properly cultured man of the world?
Naturally, my bearing is as elegant and refined as silk. Observe.
Observe.
You seem to be deep in thought. Is there something on your mind? Please, allow me to lend you my ear. I will gladly shoulder any of your burdens.
Oh, thank you. But it's not something I really want to talk about.
Oh.
So harsh. Even the slightest worry, I would have been happy to listen.
Why, yes. Your silky bearing was quite impressive. You're always going on about nobility, but that's no way to win a woman. Your problem, and I may have told you this before, at least twice, your problem is you're pretentious.
That's rich, coming from you. Your bearing is so flippant that you utterly fail to gain a lady's trust. How can you not see that?
All I'm failing to see is you getting a girl's attention.
How dare you?
Wow. Both of these guys cannot manifest any bitches.
Listen, I'm sorry. That was mean. And you're probably right about me not being serious enough.
I will concede, I feel the same. Enough at least to keep your advice at the back of my mind.
Rizlis.
A touch too stubborn.
It's the same in battle, isn't it? If you don't bend a little, you fail.
Even so?
Yeah, with that being said...
I will outclass you, Sylvain.
Bring it on, Lawrence.
Little Lysithea. These ears miss nothing, you know.
What are you on about this time?
Is it true that Count Ordelia plans to relinquish his title eventually?
Yes, but why are you asking?
I approve, that's all. Throwing off the shackles of nobility to live freely, it's a beautiful thing.
I would ask that you refrain from painting them with the same brushstrokes that you so liberally paint yourself with. My mother and father will carry on with all the associated duties befitting of nobles. Only after that will they retire.
Got it. And that's completely different from someone like me who tapped out of the nobility game, right? Your parents are exemplary nobles, that's for sure. I respect that you support them as much as you do.
Would you just stop? You're embarrassing me.
Can't be helped. Meant every word. If anyone should have red cheeks, it's me, given the choices I've made.
I'm sure you had your reasons.
Of course. Still, it is a bit cowardly of me not to stand up to my family a bit more. Honestly, it's since getting to know you that I've started thinking along those lines. One day soon I'll return to that house. My reception will be chilly at best. Still, it must be done.
High pony, low pony, pigtails, braid, or high up do? Is that a song lyric? High ponytail. High updo? Takaru says, just down. I'm not a huge fan of braids. And pigtails are kinda... a little bit childish. All the other ones, they're alright, as long as they've got, like, some volume or layering to it, for lack of a better term. I don't really know how to talk about hair. But, like, the Ariana Grande ponytail? Nah.
My house is full of lowlifes. But it also has my little bro, who took over when I left. He's good people. Even with the difficulties in Leicester, our house is still going strong. That's his doing. That's why I've decided that it's time to talk to him about what can be done to help Count Ordelia.
Repaying your perceived debt would be nice, sure. But it sounds like you
Ooh,
intend to
Shake
force
Shack,
your
nice.
responsibility onto your little brother.
Ah, but the two aren't related. This is just the right thing to do. I'm still pondering how best to fulfill my vow.
Uh-huh.
Wow. You don't believe me, do you, little lady?
Just what exactly are you planning on in terms of this repayment?
After your family relinquishes their noble titles, I'll support them so that you can all live in peace.
Even though you're a lowlife?
That may be true, and it is, but consider this. I've seen life from both sides, as a noble and a vagabond. When their situation changes, they'll face new challenges. I'm the perfect guy to help them through.
I'm gonna be totally real here. Balthus looks like somebody whose actual name is just Sean.
You're irresponsible and unreliable. But clearly, you're not a bad person. And your support would be most appreciated. Just so you're aware,
No,
however,
not Sean.
we
I
have
mean,
no means with
Sean.
which to pay you. So, are you sure you're still willing to follow through with this?
Sean is in John.
I wasn't planning on doing this for a payout, but if you really insisted on a thank you gift, well, you could always accept me into your family.
And by John, I mean Dawn. I mean
Excuse me?
Dean.
Just what are you insinuating?
Don't think too hard about it just yet. I still have lots of debts
Sean
to pay and
John.
affairs to settle.
Uh-huh.
In the meantime, let's just stick close together. Yeah?
Oh, that's it? It's almost Genshin time anyway. Alright, let's do this monastery garbage. Bing, 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 bong. Not me expecting to hear Life at Garreg Mach
Right.
instead of Scales of the Goddess. Is it Sean or Sean or Sean or Sean or what?
So,
It's
the
Sean.
campaign continues, does it? Well, allow me, as a professional recluse with 10 years of experience, to volunteer for, staying behind. Oh, who am I kidding?
Sean, yes.
The fighting won't stop until we've defeated Edelgard, will it? Or until we lose, I guess. But there's not much use in thinking about that.
What lost items do we even have? An experienced magic user who loves fishing. Sounds like Linhardt to me. Then that should be Lysithia's. This is Rhea's. Claude's. I think that's Rhea. It's Balthus and Happy. Speaking of yes, when's the time you said yes when you didn't want to and it went well? I'm exhausting my brain trying to think of this. I say yes to everything that I want to say yes to. The only time I ever say yes when I don't want to is like whenever I'm with my Nebraska friend. But that's kind of like, eh. It used to be that half the things I said yes to I didn't really want to go to, but it was a way to spend time with people. So I was like, oh yeah, let's do that. As long as it's with you guys. But there's not a lot of things I don't really want to do.
I'm a graduate of the Golden Deer House, but that was a little before your time, Professor. We won the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. Of course, we mostly have Holst to thank for that. And now he's the greatest general in the Alliance. I didn't do so great in comparison.
Even the 24-hour Paimon fishing stream? Listen, money talks.
We might see Edelgard herself leading the enemy in the next battle.
I'm basically just a gamer whore.
If they're coming out of Fort Merceus, our troops might even clash on Gronder Field. And those other troops on the march. Who knows what they'll do, or what side they'll take. Not sure how we're supposed to form a strategy with so many unknowns.
Don't worry, I can handle it. As long as you're here, I'll be fine.
Hey, how come you only ever flatter me in times like these? What am I supposed to make of that? Anyway, we've come this far. Let's just keep putting one foot in front of the other and see how far we get.
No.
He really said it? Ooh. Yes, 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 yes. More assorted flowers. Ooh. Pegasus poop. Let's go.
The Great Bridge of Myrden was considerably better fortified than it was 5 years ago. The bridge was full of soldiers, and they all died.
What a shame.
Professor.
Boo. I would like to apologize to all of the soldiers I have killed.
Claude was saying that our next battle might be in Gronder Field. Is that right? Reminds me of the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. But of course, that was a very different time. When it was over, all 3 class heads complimented each other on their bravery. And then we had a party. But we can never go back to that, can we?
I don't see why we can't.
So, we're finally going to set foot in the Empire. I'm starting to get a little nervous. I guess there's a good chance we'll be fighting more old friends from here on out.
Huh? I can hardly believe we're crossing the borders of the Empire to battle their army. Never thought I'd see the day. You'd never guess from the calm looks on everyone's faces, though. I mean, we're probably all gonna die, let's be honest. If you don't mind me saying, you don't look like you're in the middle of a crisis either. Oh, perhaps that was a little rude of me? Actually, it's the Great Tree Moon now, isn't it? Not that anyone's in much of a mood to celebrate the new year, of course.
What? Some people were definitely excited before.
Is that so? If we defeat the Imperial army at Gronder Field, what will our next objective be? I guess we won't have much choice but to try to take Fort Merceus, on the far side of Gronder Field. It's probably too soon for us to be thinking about that, isn't it? I'm sure it's already occurred to Claude, though.
I gotta say, It's tough to keep the fighting spirit alive when you recognize your enemies on the battlefield.
Everyone gets that feeling.
So you can't avoid it, huh? How did everything get so messed up? Just because we're fighting someone doesn't mean we gotta hate them. That's probably the worst thing about war. Win or lose, I still get a bad taste in my mouth.
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. I hear we're sending troops to Gronder Field next. Is that what's what? That whole area is in the territory of House Burgleys. It's famous as the main granary of Fodlan. If we could capture it, we probably wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. Bread for all.
Lady Rhea. I've got to keep this place clean, and I mean properly clean, every day. Dust it, sweep it, everything. You never can tell when Lady Rhea might be back.
I need a Cyril for my room. This shit is dusty.
If I don't come back, assume I'm dead. Reconnaissance is becoming more of a risk the deeper we move into enemy territory. If I don't come back, assume I'm dead.
I know you won't get caught. Nah, understood.
Good. We have to be realistic. Don't waste your energy worrying about me.
The Dark Merchant! Oh my god! Hello! Wait, I want to hear you.
Tell your friends. Hello.
Hello!
Will this one do? It's all. Will this one? It's all. Will this? It's all. Will this one? It's. Will this? It's all. Will this one do? It's all. Will this? It's all. Will this? It's all. Will this one?
No, not the Queen Loach. Damn. I will take these though. Actually, no, I'll take them all, except the fish. Yo, this controller, it's making me lose my mind. Like my Switch is not even like 3 or 4 feet away from me. And this thing, for some reason, just refuses to be good at what it does.
Hey, welcome. You have a good. You have a. 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 You have a good. You have a. You have a good. A pleasure doing business. Come again.
Hello there. This one, yes. This one, yes. This one, yes. This one, yes. I thank you. This one, yes.
Once I'm done with this shop, I'm gonna go see if my regular Pro controller is charged.
I thank you. Return soon, please.
Oi, oi, oi. You bet it's not. But oh, it's dusty. Might you be able to be player 2? Yeah! That's the good stuff. Who do I need to talk to in here? I can't seem to read this map correctly. Who's the person that wants to talk?
Please, since you secured the Great Bridge of Murden, trade got a lot easier within the Empire.
Nevertheless, profits are rather thin compared to how it was 5 years ago. You can't be much of a trader unless you're prepared to traverse the whole of Fodlan.
Edelgard's presence suggests that Hubert is around too.
Fuck
He
Hubert.
is minister of the Imperial household, after all.
He is minister of
He's
the
been around
Imperial-
Edelgard since they were children. I suppose he must be pretty happy with his current position.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy too if I was somebody as fucking greasy as him and then associated with the literal leader of an entire country, essentially. Who's more useless, Barbara or Kale? Kale.
I've cut all contact with my family since joining this fight. Were I to see soldiers of the Galatea family amidst the host flying the royal family's banner, well, all chance of reconciliation with my father would end there. I do not know if that is the right path.
Barbara can do her own thing. She can heal, she can apply hydro, but Kale is straight up outmatched by Dendro Traveler, which literally everybody has. Traveler doesn't have hydro until this summer, and he can't heal.
The fact is, I've come this far. There's no time for second guessing. Not anymore.
Unless you put Aquila Favonia on him, I guess.
Word just reached me that the Empire has stationed soldiers in Fort Mercius. If they decide to dig in their heels and defend the fort, we'll be in a difficult situation. I hear it's an impregnable keep, surrounded by high ramparts. Taking it would not be easy.
Hey, I could use a hand.
Whenever I think about the next battle, my knees won't stop shaking. I'm scared of getting hurt, or worse. Is there a medicinal herb I can use to calm my nerves? Yeah, it's called have some chamomile tea. What makes you think that Hydro Traveler will heal? We don't have a shielding Traveler.
Beyond the Great Bridge of Myrden, it's all unfamiliar territory for us. We don't know where Lady Rhea is being held. We ought to investigate all potential locations thoroughly. The Knights of Seiros will handle the search. We'll report back if we learn anything.
Since Little Claude
Mommy?
became their leader, the Alliance Lords haven't been especially unified. Now they're suddenly united for a common cause. As a result, the Empire hasn't been able to perform even one successful incursion.
I don't know. I don't know. It would be an interesting thought, though.
Rather, we're the ones who might get the jump on them. It's incredible. Magical, even. Maybe his strategic genius was simmering for those 5 years, and it returned to a full boil once you two were reunited. Or maybe he always knew he'd meet you again, and he was preparing for that this whole time.
Professor? The time's come to fight the Empire, huh? Wow, it's shaping up to be quite the battle. And I've got no problem with that. But that mystery army really worries me. There's no indication if they're friend or foe. Who do you think they are, Professor?
Dimitri himself?
Not unless he rose from the grave to secure revenge. That would mean... Actually, I have no idea what that would mean. Well, whoever they are, I hope we can avoid fighting them.
Professor,
Thanks to our victory, I've been able to study the Great Bridge of Myrddin at my leisure. And you know what? It's an astounding structure. So much history there. Imagine how much time and effort it must have taken to build something that big. Over water, no less. I hope that someday it will be opened up to the people of Fodlan, a historical site, rather than a military checkpoint.
The Battle of the Eagle and Lion. Has it truly been 5 years since then?
Not for me.
Can you recall whether it was before or after I joined your class, Professor?
That was before.
That is not at all the case, Professor. Your memory serves you poorly. It was shortly after I joined your class. I remember it like it was yesterday.
I remember it like it was like 5 years ago. If you were a merchant in a world like this, what would you try to sell?
We captured the
Or what
Great
would you
Bridge of
want to
Myrddin,
sell?
But the fight has only just begun. Enbar, the Imperial capital, lies far to the south beyond Gronder Field. And waiting for us on the way there is the entire Imperial army, with twice as many troops as us. We had better brace ourselves.
Magic items as in like staves, robes, or are we talking like tomes, items imbued with magic?
this won't do. I seem to lack the skills required to grieve for the dead. If someone has passed, even someone dear to me, I could stand about and wail or get on with my life. While I'm at it, that whole idea that we must speak well of the dead, I don't understand that either. If I didn't like them when they were alive, then why pretend to do so when they are no longer here?
That's what I'm saying. Fuck dead people. Don't actually fuck the dead people.
So the Boar Prince is dead. Decapitated, I hear. I haven't seen the severed head myself. Perhaps he's still alive and leading that army.
He is. Would you be able to fight him?
Don't patronize me. If his head is still attached to his body, I'll remedy that without hesitation. Either way, a major battle awaits us. Try not to die. I'd be annoyed if you did.
If you was bitch while you was alive, you's a bitch while 6 feet under. Hope Hades is turning your spit slowly. Ugh.
After we cross the Great Bridge of Myrddin, we'll be in my father's territory. We actually crossed it 5 years ago for the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. Remember? Oh, this is terrifying. What am I gonna do? I gotta get a grip.
Don't worry. I'll arrange for your funeral.
You think we'll meet him on the battlefield and he'll kill me? The front lines cover a long stretch of land, you know. We might not even run into him.
One Genshin whenever I'm done with this.
When undertaking research, the usual method is to form a hypothesis, then test it with experiments. Those experiments reveal facts and falsehoods, yet sometimes they also unveil an exception. You seem to be that exception when it comes to my crest research.
I don't understand.
Worry not, Professor. Exceptions are what make my work interesting. Why don't the rules apply to you? I will find out eventually. I feel it is my destiny. as a Crest Scholar.
He's acquired some more cheeseburgers. Speaking of spit, do you make a lot of saliva or do you have a dry mouth? It depends. I've clearly fried a lot of chicken today, but for some reason today I've got quite the dry mouth. That's why I keep taking sips of my water.
We can expect the war to get even more intense from here on out. I'm really feeling the tension now. I have almost no experience with battles of this scale. Professor, I'll be grateful for your leadership on the battlefield. I know I can trust you.
No, you can't.
Well...
Yeah. I'm really glad to be yawning now, only to suffer from insomnia later.
I heard that some unidentified troops have appeared, but apparently they were flying the flag of the Fargus royal family. Do you think it was Dimitri's ghost? His country was taken before he ever wore the crown. Surely he must regret that.
Doing business during a war is a lot more dangerous, but it can be very profitable too. I think a peaceful world is better for steady, reliable business opportunities, though. First-class merchants don't care about a source of profits. Anna, your little literal garbage.
I trust you and Claude, but I feel uneasy. If we lose in the next battle, the Empire's army will likely come surging into Alliance territory. If that happens, my parents won't escape unharmed. They've raised their anti-Imperial flag after all.
I won't let that happen.
Thank you, Professor. I'll fight with all I've got to. Speaking with you has eased my mind a bit. Just enough, in fact, to put me in the mood for sweets.
Well, I've got cookies.
Claude seems filled with confidence, but I wonder if everything really will be okay. The Imperial Army might be hiding the Emperor, and the troops headed south might belong to the Old Kingdom. I'll be honest, I'm incredibly uneasy about all of this. But at this point, there's no option but to move forward.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Professor.
I gotta clean this controller. The sticks have rubbed off too much.
Each time we press forward, our search for Rhea broadens to a wider area. I certainly hope we will find at least some clue. But I do suspect I already know where she is. If I'm right, and she is in the Imperial capital, then we cannot save her until we topple the Empire.
Topple it. Topple it.
Could I trouble?
Nope. I am untroublable.
I hear the next battle could be a big one. Is that true? I miss the old days when if someone got hurt, we'd rush them to the infirmary and make them well. But on the battlefield, there's not enough time to help. People die. Professor, don't be one of those.
There. We secured the win in our first skirmish, but the next battle is a different matter.
Is there, or has there been a character that you pulled for in Genshin Impact for looks alone?
The Empire will come after us with everything it's got. Even so, the ultimate victory will be ours. And I'm not just saying that. I've made ample preparations to ensure our victory. It's my rule to never leave victory to chance. You can't rely on the protection of the goddess. With your power and my schemes, I should be able to plot a direct course to victory.
What about me, Claude? Am I just a pawn to you?
If this mysterious military force is the remnants of the kingdom, I think there would have been the possibility of a united front. But from what I've heard, that's going to be difficult. Their behavior is very erratic. If they're clamoring for revenge and death, then it's probably better if we have nothing to do with them.
Nobles who are changing allegiance again and again. I do not have understanding for that. How can you trust if treason comes with ease? How can you be calling yourself a noble? I do not have understanding of the reasoning.
They're struggling for survival too.
Surviving is more difficult without trust. There must be some other goal.
Yeah, they're scummy. Nobody actually does that. Every person you've met who says that, you know what happens? They use the character for a week, then shelve them forever. You like Hu Tao aesthetically. You don't like playing her. Watch YouTube videos about her.
So, we're finally invading Empire territory, huh? There's
Honestly,
not much we can do
amazing
right
for
now,
you.
Except pray for deliverance. I truly believe that we have it in us to succeed.
Awfully optimistic.
There's something else. House Gloucester has changed its allegiance.
That is
and
very
joined the faction
respectable.
that is against the Empire. The Alliance will thus remain united. But thanks to this latest ploy, my father is more suspicious of Claude now than ever, if such a thing is possible. Ordinarily, I might credit his helpful posture toward us to his devout faith in the Church of Seros. But it is clear to me now that this is nothing more than a shrewd calculation on his part. He is only thinking
Bao
of
is
his
in the
position.
food?
We are in the clear for now, but please bear in mind that the Alliance is never an entirely stable union.
Hell yes! Hey, wait a minute. Oh, nobody's on the third floor. Thank God. What is this? Oh. I found your medicinal herb, my good dude. Then Abyss, Abyss, here we come.
Lady Rhea.
I'm still like fighting my own stomach right now.
Thanks. I'm glad I asked you.
Send me to Abyss. You know what would help? Burp. I am burping. You just hopefully can't hear it. No! No! Not the yawn. On purpose? Hard? That sounds like vomiting.
Hey you, listen up. I've got something to report. The Great Tree Moon is finally upon us. It's time to celebrate a new year.
Yes, I can.
We only get so many. Folks up top don't seem to be in the mood to celebrate, though. I hate war.
Hey there. I hurt my leg in the last battle.
No.
Had to take shelter down here.
I don't wanna.
Nowhere else to go. Be careful up there. All sides are bringing their strongest people to this fight. Count Burgleys in the Empire, Lord Holst in the Alliance. I'm sure the Kingdom's got someone too.
This is why yo tum-tum like that. Not true. Constance!
Across the bridge is Burgley's territory. It marks the start of our incursion into the Empire. Worry not. I feel no trepidation as we do this. Mark how my spellcraft carries us through to Enbar, heart of the Empire.
My queen. Also, where is it? Where's what?
rather important person in the church, but I am in exile for committing a crime. I embezzled some money, but it wasn't out of greed.
The new overlay stuff? We're in drafting phases, dog. It's not anywhere. What you saw is all there is.
My hometown was pillaged, you see, and the church wasn't putting in enough to rebuild.
What do you mean? Why is it surprising that those were drafts?
They're fighting people we used to know from the Officers Academy. Guess that's the kind of thing that happens in war, but still, it's pretty twisted. It makes me feel so... Ugh.
Ugh.
Maybe I'll just try not to think about it.
Thought I was different? What do you mean?
My rule is never to play my hand if I can't win. That's why I'm here. To win. This is my life on the line. Don't let me down, yeah? In the end, I'm the one who decided to be a part of this. So it's my own fault if things go south.
You also need to understand that I don't actually have design experience. Or education.
What a pain. What an absolute pain.
What's the matter?
Concerned, are you? That's nice. A little too nice. Here's a word of warning. If anyone here asks you for a favor, it's probably just a scam.
Huh. What up, all this?
It seems the Alliance has avoided becoming nothing but a glorified battlefield. I may have cut ties with my family, but I'll admit, I'm still worried about how they're faring. For now, at least, my little bro has managed to keep them afloat. He's a good leader, that one.
Can't do very well with my other side. Somebody help. What do you mean I tricked you? I literally have no clue what's going on. Can you caterpillar? No, not very well. Because I can pull up only the top here, or I can go all the way. This other side, I can only kind of, only barely. So if I like try to do it, it just ends up like, it's literally just going up and down. It's really stupid looking. Seesaw. Who's it gonna be today? Who's the lucky duck that gets to bathe with Byleth? Welcome to Bathing with Byleth. I think it's Ash. Mm-hmm. Ash cannot handle the heat. Boyo's not even man-spreading like a man. Oh, shit. Let's chance it. Turn him into a lobster. Give him heat stroke. Pathetic. Really sucks to be you, lobster boy. But it was never about you. Mrs. Byleth. Heavy armor and riding. Will you ever get a Twitch uniform? What do you mean a Twitch uniform?
It's like this.
It's like this. Ding, ding, dong. Ding, 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 dong. Dog, nobody does horse riding around here. Can you reword it for me, please? I don't know what Twitch uniform means. Goldfish memory. Heavy armor and riding. I repeat, heavy armor and riding. Twitch has a uniform? Like, actually?
Word just reached me that the Empire...
What? You are literally not explaining anything right now. Questioning why Hanneman's even in the training grounds. I think that's, like, basically all we have. No. I'm not doing anything until you elaborate.
There's something in House Gloucester.
Can Ferdinand really not teach me about heavy armor? I feel like he should be able to. Yeah, he's got A-level heavy armor. The words you have said don't mean anything. Okay, so we cook some food, I guess? It's not much else for me to get from all this. I also don't know who actually needs to eat. No, you're just refusing to explain a question that you asked me. I'm like, I want to answer the question. And I get 2 words, the exact same words. You did. What does it look like? What is it? The words Twitch uniform and stringing it together as uniform from Twitch does not add any material information. Material Laurel. 3 HP seems pretty swanky. Might be the time for deified fish.
I love to cook. What are we making today?
Deified fish.
That's so. I have a lot of experience in the kitchen. I can make just about anything. Wow.
Nice.
that smell. It's amazing. My fave, in fact. Do you like it too?
This is delicious! My absolute favorite!
I would say I have enough gifts for everybody, but being totally real right now, I'm just gonna cook for everybody. Or, yeah, we'll cook for everybody. Until we run out of weird supports.
Eating delicious food really takes my worries away.
This is my favorite. I am rather happy you went out of your way to pick it, Professor.
Who else? Caspar, Ingrid, and Cyril? That's it? What? Wow, Singapore. But what does this have to do with a uniform? I'm quite confused. Still. Wait, do any of these people even have... No. You guys don't. Nope. Okay. So they all get gifts. Cyril is down here. Not gonna lie, I kind of already forgot what he likes.
Lady Rhea, I've got to keep this.
Besides, what is it, baby's breath? Could give him an owl feather.
This is for me? Thanks.
Ninth one down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one's a... Maybe I'm bad at counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, this one doesn't even have anything to do with a uniform.
This is for me?
Dude, what? I don't... You're playing tiptoe around the problem. Come on. Just get some clear communication up in here. A screenshot of what you're talking about in Discord would suffice. A picture of said uniform would suffice. A decent description would suffice. That is literally not possible. If you cannot break it down any further, then that is a completely abstract idea and a Twitch uniform does not exist. Where's Ingrid? There's no uniform for Twitch as far as I know. That's why I'm asking.
Since joining.
Because if my knowledge is the only thing being taken into context here, into consideration, then I am wearing the Twitch uniform. That's not the right answer.
Is this for me? Thank you.
There's no chance this is the right answer.
Is this for me? Thank you.
Bruh. Why was it so complicated? It was like the most frustrating trick question ever. Where is Ash? I'm not going to give an answer to something I don't understand, so I'm going to have it clarified. That's literally how I work. You should know this. I thought you knew me. Where's Ash? For real. What? I just saw him. Give him back. Oh, so my expectations are just too high.
If we defeat...
What does my dude even like?
Wow.
Wait, Ash is already... Who was it then? Oh, it was Caspar. Nice. Well, I just threw away a book for no reason. And now I don't remember where Caspar is either. He's in the training grounds. That was hardly high maintenance. That was just being difficult. That was definitely a questioner skill issue.
For me, this is so great. For me, this is so great.
The Advanced Axe Tournament. What is a Cartier bracelet? What's a Prada bag? A Prada bag? I gotta learn how to use this side of my face, dog. Like, whoa. One day you're gonna look at me in stream and I'm just gonna be like, face muscle stop working. I do not know what that is, no. What? I've never seen the devil, so I don't know. I don't know what the devil wears. Unfortunately, I am of the mortal realm. Why are you making me look like the bad person here? What is going on? I am fully 100% permanently confused. You know what? Fine. If that's the way it's gotta be, then I guess I'm just not all it. I'm inadequate.
Hey.
Everything but sword. Everything but sword.
Well,
dude, I don't know. Coach? Calvin Klein? Louis Vuitton? That's like all I know. This is almost as bad as Takaru being like, what, you don't know? You don't know the hypercar brands, dude? No. What? Why do I need to know that? I'm not in the market for that. Okay, Flane. Back in the stat dumping for you. We gotta get you a battalion. Why is Flane learning sword?
I understand more every day. No need to just continue with the praises.
Oh, wait, she probably has to learn sword for her next, class. Okay, I've heard of Gucci. That's pretty obvious. Dolce is just a word. I've never heard of Gabbana.
I have done it! All thanks to your help.
Okay, let's take a second look here. Yes, needs to be sword. A movie day? I think that would actually be a living hell for me. If it's Ghibli movies, then I can do that. Regular movies, I could not. Somebody else needed something dumped somewhere. Who was it? Well, obviously I've never heard of that. Oh no, I'm yawning again. Who was it? Yo, Sylvain, what do you need? He's literally just mastering this class. Anne Hathaway and Strep? Like the sickness? I'm so confused right now. Somebody else needed something. Who was it? Ash definitely needs help. I don't even understand his skills. Meryl Streep? He doesn't need help. Let's see it. I do not like that movie cover. Cast. Nope. 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 Hold up, wait a minute. Nope. I have never seen any of these people in my life. Boxing gloves and a pillow? What did I do to deserve this? These are meaningless quarrels. Meaningless. I'm slightly frustrated because I don't know what else I had to do. I mean, Hilda needs more lance, but just barely more. I've not seen Brokeback Mountain. Has Hilda even mastered that? No, I don't need to worry about it. Ferdinand has already gone up a tier. Caspar is about to be a War Master. What are some fun movies you've seen to you? Shaun of the Dead. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I swear there was something else. Somebody else needed something. Dog, this is stressing me the hell out. And I've clearly stared at it already. I had to have. This makes me extremely sad. Maybe I was thinking about Marianne needing to become a new class, but the only option is really becoming a holy knight?
Maybe I've grown. That was nice. That was... I'll try to put this to use. Maybe I've grown.
But somebody else had a blooming talent. No, yeah, somebody had a blooming talent. I know it. And I think it was one of the girls. No. Not Petra. I doubt it was Mercedes. She's already a Gremory. I doubt it was Annette. There's no way it's Ingrid. She's also already a master class. Almost no chance on Manuela. Catherine and Shamir are like already there. What?
I could do as much in my sleep. I've come too far to stop now. You see, flawless. I shall accept as much praise as you're willing to offer. My efforts bear fruit at last.
This is just inconceivable. I'm just a doo-doo dunderhead. That's all I got. I'm stupid.
I'm getting it. No problem. Nothing to get excited about.
Ash is literally meant to be a sniper. Why are you still learning axes? Proficient, a blooming talent of lances. You really don't make any sense, dog. You have corn dogs and lemon pepper fries? I want corn dogs and lemon pepper fries. And I'm not even hungry. Alright, Sylvain Dum Dum. Time to learn some authority.
Wow, I seem to be on a roll. I thought this was a test. Alright, that's enough praise.
Wow, I see how it is. Can't even share. Are you, sir? What in the Wyvern lore are you missing? Axe and flying?
That was helpful. Naturally. Did you expect anything less? Let's not exaggerate. Naturally.
And last one. Is there a ritual that any of you do to remember something that you've forgotten? Do phone wallet keys? Nice. Do you like do the pants slapping? Forgot your underwear one time and couldn't explain that to your neighbors? How? What? I don't get it. Are you explaining that you forgot your underwear to your neighbors, or did they somehow know that you didn't have underwear on? Did you go to retrieve your underwear and just continued to hold it? There are many questions. They knew because he had to hand them to you? Right. Okay. I feel like there was a better way to handle it. Just a little inkling. Okay, Ash. I'll give you a little bit.
This will be useful. Whew, that's a relief. You're making me blush.
My dude's a literal genius, even though he sucks in combat. Speaking of underwear, do you think we should wear more or less undergarments as a society? I think what we've got going on is fine. But I'm also only because I don't really understand the concept of more undergarments. But I'm also the type of person who does not like to use bathrooms in public because I really do not like the idea of sitting on a public toilet. Really, using other people's toilets in general kind of makes me a bit uneasy.
Hey, can I ask you something?
I've been thinking it would be nice to throw a big feast for everyone, but we're lacking in surplus supplies. Do you have any recommendations for cheap yet tasty food? Do you get enough fiber? I don't know what foods have fiber, but I had some strawberries today. As long as I'm not eating out, probably.
And oatmeal. I fucking love oatmeal.
Oatmeal is actually pretty good. I should have some.
Ah, now there's an idea.
He didn't need the motivation. Bro, shut the fuck up. You ever have savory oatmeal? What is included in such a thing?
Apologies for bothering you so late. I just really wanted to speak with you.
I'm happy to listen.
Thank you. You see, I've been feeling conflicted about my future.
It's oatmeal, but savory. Ooh. Let's see here. I'm not well versed in using these descriptors. Interesting, interesting. What would you put in a savory oatmeal?
It may seem petty to worry about such things in the middle of a war like this.
I don't think it's petty.
This isn't something I open up about with many people. Feeling such a sense of inner turmoil while a war rages on, and others are fighting with all they have, well, it feels a little selfish. The truth is, I've wanted to be a knight ever since I was a small child.
Tomato, salt, bacon, rice? Rice and oatmeal? I think I would probably omit that. Personally.
Not just any knight, like one you might find serving within the castle guard, but a true knight, one serving a master. However, my father has always had different plans for me. He wants me to marry, for the benefit of the Galatea family.
You don't have to do what you don't want to.
Defying my father feels wrong. I've seen how he struggled over the years. His burden has always been far greater than any I've had to bear myself. While he fed me extravagant meals, he subsisted on meager portions and watered-down soups. He never once complained.
Ooh, I don't like
He
kanji.
must have been starving. Knowing his sacrifices, I've never been able to tell him of my dream of becoming a knight. Although ultimately, I find myself betraying his wishes. Now that I've parted ways with my father, there is nothing to stop me from pursuing my dream. But even if I do become a knight, I feel an unease deep within me. I fear I will never escape this guilt I carry, that I have shunned my duty as a noble.
Sometimes there's no avoiding such complications.
Yes, I know. All I can do is accept this inner turmoil. Even with the academy days long behind us, you're still a professor through and through.
First rice noodles, now kanji. Rice hater for real. I had rice yesterday.
Always listening to others' troubles and offering up your wisdom. I really am grateful for all that you do for us, Professor. I hope you'll always be here as a guide to everyone. I know I myself would appreciate that deeply.
Wow, okay. I see how it is.
Just leave this to us.
I'm glad for your help.
Look, Professor, we did great.
Dude, take the rice. I don't want it.
I must always improve.
I didn't even know I cared this much. Let's see it in action.
There must be more to this.
I understand more every day.
I've learned a thing or two from battle.
Mastery is within my grasp.
That was very productive. Go team. There's supports. Only one, but we'll save it. No, we won't. One final movie before we go to Genshin.
There you are, Lysithea. I've been looking for you. So, I have a hypothesis about your crests.
I know you're the one who sent me that anonymous letter. There are things we must discuss. Ugh, it sounded like some bizarre love letter.
What? No, of course not. However, I wonder what you would have done if it was.
Now I'm just confused and grossed out.
I'm sorry, but that is not the overall topic of discussion. Do pay attention.
The last time I traveled far in real life?
Pay attention to you? As though anything you say is worth listening to. It's not like you can tell me anything I don't already know.
You don't have a very positive opinion of your crests, do you? That's why you should listen to me. I've dug through all my books, and there's no record of anyone being born with 2 crests. You are, to be blunt, an impossible occurrence. For you to have a second crest, it must have been forcibly implanted after birth.
Is that your theory, then?
Yes, it is. To further the theory, if the power exists to implant a crest, then it must be possible to remove one, too. And that is the real issue at hand.
I could have one removed?
That's what Hanneman is working on understanding. I'm helping him with it.
Professor Hanneman.
Based on your reaction, it seems you want one of your crests removed. I don't think I'd give up having 2 crests if I were you.
Is that so? Even if you'd gone through horrifying experiments, endless trauma, and if you knew that all this pain meant you'd die very, very young? That's what you'd think? You're completely lacking in empathy, so of course you would make such a crass and foolish assumption.
Damn, not a nice vibe to end on, but whatever. All right, we'll get this show on the road for the Genshin After Show. Be right back. Finally! All of that validating and unzipping finally done. Ew. What do you mean, ew? Stay zipped. This is a Christian stream. I am fully zipped. It is the... Oh! I love it here. I love it here. Anyway, you didn't specify about the traveling thing. We talking real life or Genshin life? Food flexing again. Is it the same ice cream or did you get a different one this time? $2 gallons? Dude. That's like more than a year's worth of ice cream. Wait, where's my controller? I'm not playing with a keyboard and mouse. Year? Maybe a month at best? I don't believe that at all.
Wait. Huh? No.
Oh god, Takaru's here. Not nearly as bad. No, I'm not. What if one of these days I just make that option disappear? It's Dia.
Oh god.
It's not actually my birthday today, since I'll need to wait around another year before the actual date finally comes around. But getting together with my dads and friends means far more to me than just celebrating the day of my birth. This year, my dad's chipped in and bought me a big double-decker cake. I guess it's true what people say. You get what you pay for. The cream and fruit on the cake were so delicious that they nearly brought me to tears. I'm really blessed. It's something special that I get cake and care from everyone each year for my birthday. I wanted to share some happiness with you, so I attached a little something to the letter. Thanks for all that you've done for me this year. I can't wait to adventure with you again in the future. We really make an amazing team. Yes. Thank you, Bennett.
Yeah, well.
Once, there was...
I don't want to drown in tears. Why are you guys crying?
What should I try this time?
Yeah! More! More!
More!
Damn it. Oh, nice. Is anybody actually ready for this? Check the artifacts. What? How the fuck? It gives 30%. Where's the rest of the crit rate? Where did they put it? Dog. This art of Dia's own invention changes its method of use depending on the combat situation. Indomitable Flame. This skill will be unleashed should there be no fiery sanctum field created by Dia herself present at the time. Deals AoE pyro damage and creates a field known as Fiery Sanctum. Works like Albedo skill? I don't know how Albedo works. When an opponent within a Fiery Sanctum field takes damage, the field will unleash a coordinated attack dealing... Oh. So it works with any damage that is dealt inside of the field, but only once every 2.5 seconds. Resistance to interruption. They said that was pretty trash though, right? But not on shield, so only when you deal damage. So it's like Raiden Shogun's ability. And what does the Ranging Flame do? This skill will be unleashed should a Fury Sanctum field created by Dia herself already exist. Dia performs a leaping attack dealing AoE pyro damage before recreating a Fiery Sanctum field at her new position. It'll inherit the remaining duration of the previous field. You can put it down again, but it doesn't refresh the duration. And it resets the cooldown, yeah? So, if I slap this bitch down, how long did it say it lasted? It lasts 12 seconds. Oh, what the fuck? That's terrible.
Cool it.
Look alive.
Don't get frostbite.
I'm going in. You're dead meat.
What the fuck is that?
Let's get it off, Teamwork Extreme.
Oh, so sorry. Dodge this.
Gloves off.
Freeze.
Let's light it up. Going in.
You can get more punches? I don't feel like I want more punches. I guess I can't read it from here, can I? Let me back in. If you hit the normal attack button... Unleashing her burning anger and casting her inconvenient blade aside, Dia enters the Blazing Lioness state and increases her resistance to interruption. In this state, Dia will automatically and continuously unleash the Flame Mane's fists, dealing pyro damage based on her attack and maximum HP. And when its duration ends, she will unleash an Incineration Drive, dealing AoE pyro damage based on her own attack and maximum HP. If a Fiery Sanctum field created by Dia's own elemental skill, Molten Inferno, exists when this ability is unleashed, Dia will retrieve it and then create another field once Blazing Lioness's duration expires. This field will take on the retrieved field's duration at the moment of its retrieval. In this state, Dia will be unable to cast her elemental skill or perform normal charged and plunging attacks. They'll be replaced by Roaring Barrage.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up.
Don't get frostbite to dodge this.
You asked for it.
Freeze.
Everybody stand back.
Oh, so sorry.
Look alive. Gloves off.
Why is she forced to, like, move around like that? It's pretty stinky. No, don't begin the hangout. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. Abandoned. Is Mr. Takaru here? Actually here for the polls? Otherwise, I'm not doing it. Doesn't activate Yulon or Xingqiu bursts? That's stupid. Camera's ready, folks. Wait, what's the history on this? I have... No, okay, it was a 10 pull. Nah, 1 pull. That's all you got. It was Bennett. Nice. Nice. Her best feature is she halves damage her team takes on her in her field. Unfortunate. Maybe I should build pity for Ayaka.
Gotcha.
Songo Pearls.
Stay put.
Are you going to get Baiju or Kaveh? I want Pretty Boy Kaveh. We'll see about Baiju.
Busted.
I do not want to know what he does. That's what the special program's for.
Take it easy.
I'm a patient boy.
Take it easy.
Oh, I don't want to do this. But yeah, for real, that, like, really does kind of defeat the excitement of the special program. He's going to turn around. Is it bad that I've never done this commission from this side before, so I don't know what I'm doing. Where even is this stuff? One's right there.
Take it easy.
The other one should be on, like, the other side or something. Up here? You just fight them? Nah, fuck that. Fork that. Oh, what? See you later, Stinky. You'll need to get handguards for Ayakon? I don't need handguards. I'm the only person in Genshin Impact who doesn't need them. The only reason I actually don't need handguards is because I've farmed handguards with, like, 2 people before. 2 separate people. How? I've farmed for handguards, not specifically for me. Like, I was playing with somebody else, and they needed handguards, so I went to farm with them.
Take it easy.
Let's get down to business. It's my lucky day.
Right now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Here you are. Deflect. To the ferry. To the ferry. Finally,
busted.
To the ferry.
I don't remember you guys asking me to help you farm.
Take it easy.
You do not. I've said no
Take it easy.
to you guys playing with me exactly 1 time, ignoring Takaru asking about TCG. Farm with us? Farm what? Bro, you guys are not farming bosses. You just want to fight the bosses. I've seen you guys claim a total of, like, 0 times. Lose to me. Fought the Dendro key with you? Yeah, so you're right. I have done it before then. All I remember, though, is just the random boss rushes and then giving up halfway through. You do not need to farm every boss in the game. That's not true at all.
Add Astra.
And I know that's not true because the only person you invest in is Kazuha. You don't need 70% of the stuff in the game. At least. Yeah. That still applies. Am I gonna do anything in game? I'm gonna spend my resin. But I should have a decent chunk. Oh, it's Tuesday. I'm gonna fight weekly bosses and spend my resin. All are welcome. Yeah, no. That's not true. is just not true. Oh shit, I need handguards. Wait, is this... Do I want to use this weapon? It actually kind of irritates me how ugly it is on Alhaitham. What? He's ugly. I don't want Alhaitham using an umbrella. Yeah, I'll take your spare jade cutter. I want to keep mine on Kuching. I was just looking at that and I was like, maybe. It looks good on Alhaitham too, since it's freaking green. Oh yeah, it does. It's it's great value. It's a great value version. What's poppin' with Ayaka?
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Parts are safe for sure.
Man, I wish I didn't refine my Haran Gapaku Futsu. That sword that you didn't put on Kazuha for a good while?
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
These parts are safe for sure.
Okay, so Kuching Main suggests the Amenoma Kageuchi. Why am I at the crafting bench? I want to go to the... Let me go to the blacksmith. Wait. So, Alhaitham's weapon... You are saving to use Alhaitham's weapon on Kazuha until you have him at C6. I see. Amenoma Kageuchi. Is that the... I only have one sword billet? Do I not have one of those? What the hell did I craft then? Wow, okay, great. Alright, Alhungar. Make me the Amenoma Kageuchi. You're in the process of making the artifact set for the Alhaitham weapon since it has crit damage instead of crit rate as a passive. Wow, so he's doing an overhaul. Alright, I'm gonna put that on Shinobu as a placeholder. Oh, wait. Does it look cooler on Shinobu? Oh yeah, way cooler. You hold that for now, Shinobu. Ooh, wait, hold up. Gotta do the obligatory weapon check, so I might be able to enhance my missing weapons. Big, maybe? It really was just a bold assumption. That's sad.
Wait. Huh?
Oh no, not handguards. Anything but that.
We're about to fight bosses and do artifact domains.
I don't get it.
I thought you were going to be the first one to jump on the train. Huh? I don't remember anybody paying double cheeseburgers for Shinobu. Ah, Takaru's being responsible. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
Big proud. What was that for? Doing your Spanish and stats homework. Highly respectable. What else did I need for this weapon? I needed 2 more 3-star handguards. That was weird. Somebody named not Takaru was trying to join, though. Thankfully for me, I know that Takaru is doing his homework, so there's no way that's actually him. All ready for Ayaka. Now,
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia
how good are
prime
refinements for
examples.
this thing? Ayaka pre-farming? Oh. No, I want to get...
The scenery is wonderful.
Wait.
Surely
I want to
enough
get
convince
Alhaitham's
anyone
stuff.
to become a wanderer.
He's been sitting, waiting to be used for a long time, and now it's his turn on the commission team. And I'd love to be able to actually use a Dendro DPS that can activate
There have been many
Singcho
poorly
and
written
Yulan.
applications lately.
Because
I
Tanari
guess
can't do
I'll
it,
just have to
and
reject them all.
Nihida's not built like that. I don't even have her normal attack talent leveled up.
Wait. Huh? No.
Refined is good for her energy, but you presume mine is fine? I don't know, man. Have you seen my Kazuha? This got like 125. You'll be running Ayaka Freeze, right? Yes. Ganyu's got nothing. Shenhe's got 180. I'm not going to have a Constellation 1 Ayaka. If I pair Ayaka with Ayato or Shenhe, then maybe it's fine. Oh, Kazuha? Well, I mean, yeah, actually, I would like to have a C1 Kazuha, but that, again, that the reruns of older characters really does depend on the characters after, if I pull on them or not.
The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
I don't think I would go with that team, though.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of
I
my
almost
home.
always want a shielder or a healer in my
blade.
party.
It is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Book learning alone is
There are
not enough to
leaves
cultivate
around,
intelligence.
and I know
All those
just the
scholars in
tune
the
to
academia.
accompany it.
While you check them and load in, I'm gonna go fry some chicken really quick.
Huh? Huh?
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrt. Stand with me!
Don't be afraid to make mistakes. It's all part of the learning process.
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication.
If you press a leaf between dry sheets of paper, you can make an attractive and handy bookmark.
Mr. Pipi has returned.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For
I, Fischl, am the princess and
Don't be afraid to make mistakes.
Bow before me, worm.
Let it be known that divinity is mine. Perish! Presence is urgently required. Churn!
Keep up.
More power.
Hey! Make yourselves at home!
I hear everything.
You cannot defy me, mortal! My endless cycle!
Let's nip that in the butt.
Did his entire ass burst just miss? I feel like Kazu's going to be rerun right before 4.0 begins. Like he appeared every single time. He was on the banners twice, and both times he was paired with Klee and was during the archipelago.
Burn to oblivion! Kneel!
He says Neil with such hatred. Who is Neil? What did Neil do to him? Oh, what a... This dude. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Keep up. Can't see.
Oh, hey.
Reality is pain.
My favorite thing, I say this every time, but the music slaps so fucking hard. Wish it was on a soundtrack. And I love that he sounds like an angsty little teenager during this.
Good riddance, cruel world.
Alright, I'm gonna try something here. That didn't work at all.
I hear everything. Keep up.
Okay, so I can do that twice. Understood.
Let's nip that in the butt.
The Temple of Wisdom! This way, Tree.
He's about to recover these
Can't
nuts.
see.
I was destined for more.
Geo damage bonus. I'm digging the 5-star crystal. And I only need to use one solvent this week. Do, 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 do. Oh, you can... Oh. Wait, what? You can... Oh. You can... What? Oh. The Liyue crafting table is the closest to the waypoint out of all of them. I always claim my commissions in Sumeru. I always go to Liyue for my crafting. And I don't use the blacksmith, so I don't really care. Let's see, I need one more ingenuity. I don't know if I can craft that. I don't think I should be able to. Excellent. Do I just 999 this? Yeah. Yeah, you also stick to Mondstadt for your commissions because you're familiar with all of them, yeah?
Wait.
Mondstadt's just not my home. And then I need... I'll make 12 more of those headbands. I think I've been to the Inazuma blacksmith the most. Okay, one more week and then Alhaitham's talents are done as well. And I just need to do this domain... Oh, that's today. Just a couple more times. Hopefully just one more time. A toast to our success.
Yay, Miko.
Hate this bitch. Hate this bitch. Oh, I didn't even change the game.
Wait.
Or, wait, yes I did.
Huh?
Pretty sure I did.
No.
I'm almost positive I did.
Whatever.
A Goro shooter? The heck does that mean? Pick a card, any card. The choice is all yours. Do.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever. The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
Yeah, crit rate higher than crit damage. Let's go.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
They're ready. Let's do this. Eula and Shinobu.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work?
Huh?
All right then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right. Mark my words.
Let's...
The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
Actually, I kind of want to try this. I was going to do Kazuha and Bennett, but I don't want to. I want y'all hate them, even if he's dookie poopy. Shatterbloom! Wait, there's no cryo. Oh, wait. No, there's cryo right here. Never mind. I forgot Eula's cryo.
You're trembling.
I accidentally moved before Silver loaded in.
Bond is strong.
Things are about to get dicey.
Flood of frost. Shut up.
Scatter.
Rack and ruin.
Damn, this bitch dead as hell. How much do you want to bet that Silver's Eula is better than mine, even though I've got her weapon? Why did I walk up to it?
Take it easy. Gotcha.
Here you are.
Our bond is strong.
Fun's over.
Beg for mercy.
Crush.
I accidentally switched off of him after I used his ability.
Quietly now.
And now I don't have energy. Oh, that shit explodes?
Not every wound will heal. Things are about to get dicey. Crush.
You know, I never really thought about like that, Senora. I really didn't.
Busted. Beg for mercy.
Quietly now.
The process of elimination.
Crush. I never asked for redemption.
I blew it. Take a shot every time I try to inspect one of the boss drops. I didn't blow anybody. I blew it. Sorry, Silver. I know I ran away from you the whole time like an idiot.
Wait. Huh? No.
Never mind.
Whatever.
Time for you to go since I'm distracting you from your work? Aw, understandable. I wish you the best of luck, Takaru. Oh, we're doing this again. This time I'll be a little bit smarter. So responsible. I moved again. See you tomorrow, Takaru.
Inferior. Strike dead.
Witness the power for mercy.
Here you are.
Inferior. The eye sweeps the land. Crushed. Shattered.
Rain outlines your face. Let me lead you.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Time to act.
This bitch.
Is eternal. Inferior.
Beg for mercy. Shut up. There is no my soul. More rain outlines.
Is that legal?
Here you are.
Witness. The final calamity.
Haha, he went fish mode. That was cute.
Beg for mercy. Rancor, know my soul. Shut up.
Inferior.
Stand with me.
We already broke the shield, so she's guaranteed to do this stupid attack every single time. I hate this boss. This is the dumbest fucking attack of all time. We already broke her shield. She had no right to do this.
Time to act. Rain outlines your distance. Beg for mercy.
Process of elimination.
Blood of frost.
Flicker.
Crush. Eye for an eye. Ring cutter. Beg for mercy.
Here you are.
Like abundance of glory.
Time crumbles
Yeah, word.
before me.
What? What Raiden Shogun doing though? And we got a solvent. Actually, is there like a maximum of 30 or something? Ooh, you love to see it. Okay, let's do... I'll be safe and say probably one of these. What's in here? 2 Ruin Drakes. 1 dinosaur. 1 flyboy. A dragon and a T-Rex. Yeah.
Knights and aristocrats share the same cultural heritage, but the knights had enough sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
a Genshin character take that nobody seems to agree with. But it is your opinion.
I'll hate them.
He really is so much cooler when he doesn't have an umbrella as a sword. Diluc isn't that bad, neither is Chi-Chi. People are just mad that they lost to 50-50. Maybe I would agree with Chi-Chi if I actually had her on Clam, but she's on Maiden. Oh, Shinobu's out here strutting. My queen. I don't care if it hasn't started yet. I want my energy.
Let me weave you along. Here comes the catch. I'll settle this. Laying outlines your fate.
Here you are.
Boom. Dude, my legs. Well, what the fuck are those muscles called? Okay, that is not enough. That is just not enough. Fun fact about Yelan. You know her skill triggers her burst? Like if you use Yelan's burst and then you use Yelan's skill after that, it triggers her burst?
Wait. Huh?
What was I looking up?
Whatever.
Okay, yeah, my quads. They're fucking killing me, dude. I'm watching. No way. No way.
The process of elimination.
Our bond is strong, my sword. Witness the power.
Scatter.
Here you are.
Gotcha.
Okay, please give me more than just 2 3 stars and 2 2 stars. Oh, thank God. More artifacts for my boy. Unlucky. Bro, are you fucking serious right now? Are you actually serious right now? This is the one time I'm going to do this. I want the bigger chance to give me a refund. Ow! Give me a refund! No! Oh. Never mind. Let's set the clock back here. Ooh, that cow lord. No thanks. My condolences to Cow Lord. Alright, how about the right artifact set today? That would actually be wonderful.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
This one is 3 of the elite Eremites. What's a Genshin fact you learned recently? Ooh. Ooh, I've actually got a really good one for you. Did you know that Yulon's skill will activate her burst if you use it after you casted the burst? But for real though, Lord, no way! Shit. Take a look at these characters. I did not know that Zhongli was considered an Adeptus until very recently. This is kind of fucked.
Busted.
You are not time to go for
Yo, that was nice. That was really nice. That's one of the first times that I've done that without Venti. Yo. That's so good. What characters even need Gilded Dreams? I feel like my Nilou does. I want my Nilou to be better. Oh, she only has a 2-piece Gilded Dream. Sino uses it? I use Thundering Fury. Tanari is also using Deepwood, so that's just a build difference. My Kazuha's probably always going to have Viridescent. Sucrose? I think she's rocking Viridescent right now. At least partially. Oh, I just threw Elemental Mastery artifacts on her as well. Interesting. My Tanari's using Deepwood. Pretty sure.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
Okay. So you're supposed to have Deepwood on somebody else? But I don't like... What is my
The
Nahida
scribe's
on?
work is simple, which is exactly why
Nahida's on
position.
Gilded Dreams. I mean... Really? Interesting. Well...
Wait.
Technically... Technically, I could try to get Tanari new artifacts in here.
Gotcha. These are about to get dicey.
Process of elimination. Time to go.
It's actually... Oh, wait, no. If that's true, then what the heck am I doing for Alhaitham? Hello? Huh. So...
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
The criteria for certificate exams are straightforward enough. What it really comes down to is whether you are willing to put in the time. If you study and practice, then it's really not all that difficult.
Wait. Huh? No.
So... I've built all of my Dendro characters backward. All of them are backwards. Except... Oh my god. All of my Dendro characters are backwards. So I have... 1, 2, 3, 4... I have 4, 5...
Wait. Huh?
5 characters. That I could be thinking about in this domain. That's a bit overwhelming. Yeah, but I... DPS Nahida? I don't think so. Well, in that case... I should have kept something around. I don't want my Nahida to be DPS, though. That's all I'm saying. Wait, that didn't roll... That rolled attack percent. Is there another artifact in here? One that has elemental mastery along with it, too? Oh, we've got a ton. Hey! Takara, what are you doing invading over here? We're not even talking about Yoimiya. We're just trashing how I built all my Dendro characters backwards.
Now we'll meet again.
I'm gonna wait until after we're done with this to roll some of my Gilded Dreams. Bruh. Yao Yao? Are you just like giving a general example? Or is this like an excuse to try to pressure me into building Yao Yao?
Stand with me.
You are not
One with wind. Gotcha. One with nature. Here comes the catch. That
That is pretty extreme. Gotcha. I'd love to have every character built, but it's not really panning out that way. I'm literally too stupid for it. Yo, why are they so high up in the air? What is your Kazuha on? We didn't even overload them. Oh, what is my boy smoking? Had them in the air like it was Venti's ability.
Adorn my night!
Yeah, baby! Immaculate. Actually, wait a minute. Actually, no. Never mind. Actually, no, wait a minute. Nilou doesn't even... She doesn't need crit stats, right? That doesn't make sense. There's no point to this artifact. Yeah. Elemental mastery, please. I don't even know why I'm doing Nilou first. Okay, that's enough of that. Mr. Hatham. This one already rolled attack, so I want to trial the other ones first. We have a lot we can go through. A lot of choices.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of
but
the
he
work
scales
once
off
I'm
of
feeling
attack
up to
too,
it.
right? Cool. So we'll try the ones with attack percentage first. Heh? Why elemental mastery what? Am I losing my marbles? For Nilou?
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with something?
I'm confused. What did I say? I thought we were talking about crit rate and crit ratio. Or crit stats being useless in general.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Yo, we got a strong boxer on our hands.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Question for you guys. What do you think about this generation's and last generation's console controllers? Reliable? Unreliable? Comfortable? Interesting. So we got all crit rate and one attack. Silver, I want to clarify here. This gen is the DualSense and the Xbox Series controllers, and then I guess Switch Pro controller. Last generation would be DualShock 4, Xbox One controller. But the Wii, I will admit, definitely peak. The DualSense is quite comfy, except it can be a little bit weird, especially since I swap between a DualShock. I switch between a DualShock 4 and a DualSense a lot. I've come to appreciate how boomerangy the DualSense is, but it is a sizable bit bigger than the DualShock 4.
Need me to come up with some for you?
I can't say I get bothered by it, but the roundness kind of catches me by surprise now. Well, I guess I'll keep these around. I don't know. What about flowers? Kind of pressed for choice on this one. This one rolled 2 defense, so I will unlock that. Don't need those 2. So really, I'm gonna bank on these 2 artifacts. Okay. Well, that's no reason not to try this one, since we'll have to go all in on both of them. Rest in peace. Okay. So 1 roll crit, 1 roll defense, and everything else went to Elemental Mastery.
Informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
I kind of want to give that one to Nilou instead. Switcheroo! Enjoy the Elemental Mastery, and give me the crit rate. Oh yeah, this one went all crit rate, 1 Elemental Mastery, and then 1 roll into the defense if it was one of those artifacts. So we've got the 2 easiest pieces out of the way. Wonderful, wonderful.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take
now
one more
on
day
this
off
man.
and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
On this man. Are we... We are doing Elemental Mastery. Crying in the club right now.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Not crying in the club. Come on. Pour me with some more crit rate. Make it a weirdly unbalanced build that I'll have to redo anyway. Come on. Dude. That's like actually offensive.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Wow! He gets 1,000 extra HP from that thing. Can you believe it? And we've got no goblets. To the surprise of nobody. I don't even have a Dendro goblet to roll, I don't think.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling
Teleport
up
to
to
you
it.
in Liwa whenever I'm ready. I shall do that. More crit rate. An elemental mastery. But that's like my only option. What is his crit rate right now? 91%? Oh, he's got a crit rate sword. That checks out, I guess. Well, I can try this one for now. Shit, where's the trash?
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from.
Probably.
Need me to come up with some for you?
Probably Bloom and Hyper Bloom. Considering that he's the only Dendro character I have that can actually activate Xingqiu or Yu'lon.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
In teams where Alhaitham doesn't trigger many reactions, such as when he's played as a pure enabler in Burgeon or double Hydro Hyper Bloom teams, the attack timepiece will be slightly preferred.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Wait.
Get them crystal flies. Okay, so once I replace my goblet and my circlet,
Good roll.
would
All
you
right,
shut
maybe
up,
I'll take
please?
one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
The fact that you can hear those in the menus is infuriating. At least in multiplayer it is. But you want him to have 300. Wait, no. What? I'm opening this up on my streaming PC. Oh my lord, this sucks. Reading Kuching Mings on my phone is giving me a headache. I'm not actually getting a headache. I don't get those very often.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the
Shut up!
changed again.
I would rather listen to the bouncing of this stupid flower, or this... Oh, I don't even have to listen to it. Wonderful. Wonderful. This is my new idling spot. Stay bouncing so that I never have to hear them. Oh my god. This dude has 0 energy recharge, basically. It's only coming from the circlet. So, hopefully I can find some of that in another artifact. I know this timepiece is going to be hard to find as well. But with the flower and the feather, that crit rate is basically forcing me into a crit damage circlet. I don't even know why I did that. I do not even know why I did that. That is a... Oh, I guess that's the only crit damage I'm really getting from this. Wow. That is super mid. What a ratio. What? I need to learn how to... I need to learn the game, honestly. Reading some of this stuff is confusing me. Because it's talking about his weapon. What the heck does his weapon do? Because the guide is like, oh, you need 200, 300 for... You need 300 for Foliar. And then... But it says you need closer to 200 elemental mastery with other weapons. Other weapons being what? I read his skills ages ago. But they're like justifying things in these paragraphs, and I'm like, I need to like actually do research on everything else possible before I even make a decision. However, since this elemental mastery threshold takes into account total elemental mastery, it should be easy. Okay. So I don't need as much. 187 of it comes from my artifact main stat here. But... Wait, what? Does Alhaitham have natural elemental mastery in his ascensions?
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
No, he's Dendro damage bonus. Then where's this elemental mastery coming from? Oh, wait. Some of it's coming from Gilded Dreams, yeah? Okay, so that's 80 right there. 80, 120... 120, 160, 200. And that's if I keep, that's if I keep this artifact. So I could go for an attack % timepiece instead. That's assuming if I get more elemental mastery on the replacement artifacts here. So... You didn't communicate that you wanted to do this one.
Stirs up any trouble, I'll drag every last one of them back to apologize.
Let's do this. How many times do you have to do this, Silver? I followed your instructions to a T. When I was ready, I went to Liyue, right where you were. Tell me my passions? Tell you my passions? Only two?
Stand with me.
Obviously graphic design is my passion, and so are cute anime girls.
Our bond is strong.
My passions, though.
Wait. Huh? No.
No passion for fashion? Not really. Oh my god. I'm breaking everything on my desk right now. How many times are you doing this? I mean, games are obviously a passion of mine. Would I make a game? I don't think I can make one that's fun. I really don't. Are there not fun games on purpose? Not ones that I would like to play.
Witness the power of Guhua. Stand with me.
Process of elimination.
Here comes the
Busted. Run from dead.
$3 golds? My god. Lucky duck. Rushes forward, dealing dendro damage to nearby opponents when the rush ends, causing a chisel light mirror to form. When the skill's unleashed, Alhaitham will generate
Book
one
learning
mirror.
alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence.
If there's no
Although
mirrors,
scholars in the academia are
he will
prime
generate
examples.
one extra one. And they have these properties. They'll be converted to dendro damage when I have mirrors. When attacks of the aforementioned kind hit opponents, the Chisel Light Mirror will unleash a projection attack that deals AoE dendro damage. A total of 3 can exist at once. Yeah, I don't know anything. I'm a brain-dead Genshin player. I just mash buttons. Creates a binding field. Deals multiple instances of AoE dendro damage.
Wait.
If mirrors exist when this ability is unleashed, all mirrors will be consumed and increase the
The
number of
criteria for
damage
certificate
instances
exams are
dealt.
straightforward enough. What it really comes down to is whether you are willing to put in the time. If you study and practice, then it's really not all that difficult.
Burst to get 3 mirrors. Then 1
There have
charged
been
attack.
many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
My face is greasy as hell right now. 1 charged attack after you burst? When I'll face it. Oh.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Charged or plunging attacks will generate 1 mirror every 12 seconds.
The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
I guess the best way to check this is just beating something up. Where's a hilly churl? This is just a puzzle area. Goodbye. Wait 4 seconds. Why here? I feel like there's probably a better place to find a rune guard. Oh! Nah, yeah, I think there's an easier guard to get to.
Gotcha.
Maybe in fucking Stormbearer Point? I think you just have to glide there.
Deflect. Well now.
Here you are.
Oh, okay, okay.
Things are about to get dicey.
So, oh my gosh, I really need to go wash my face. No, don't kill him. What's wrong with you? My God.
Oh, what do you like to eat?
So, burst gives me 3. And then I normal attack until I lose 1. And then I use my charged attack.
What if I were to go around the
And then I lose 1 again. And then I use my skill to get another one? That gives me the most projections on the field?
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess.
Oh, brother.
Gotcha.
Scatter.
Game's up. Bond draw.
That's kind of hard to see. I assume I'll just feel it out at some point or learn to look for the projection. But as is right now, I'm slightly confused, but I'm gonna go wash my freaking face. Feels like grease is getting in my eyeballs.
Wait. Huh?
I'll clean this up.
What is going on? How long were you healing me?
Gotcha. Quietly now.
Does he lose? Does he lose his mirrors when he leaves the field? Oh, you fucking bet he does. That's unfortunate. I just wasted his burst. Hey, buddy, what are you doing here? Goodbye. Why does this stay closed? Because I've definitely opened that, but hey, what the?
Really?
My dude wasn't even in sync with himself.
Flicker.
What a funky man.
Quietly now.
I'm actually curious. I don't remember how this mechanic works. Is there, like... Are you supposed to use a Dendrograna? Or not a Dendrograna, an Electrograna to get through that? You just climb up top? Don't talk to me about shit that I solved a year ago.
Game's up. Time's over.
Scatter. How bold. You need to hurry up.
Oh.
Miscalculated.
I paid attention to everything but I'll hate themselves. Whatever. His loss. Yeah, I was too busy paying attention to other things. Oh, it doesn't ever go away. Okay. Any more bosses we need or can fight for fun right now? Actually, I'm gonna kick you out of my world for a second. We can do one boss and one more regular domain for me today.
This realm.
Candace is friendship level 8. Me buying blueprints for something I will never do because I'm not creative enough. How do I thought these just pop up in the menu. Oh, they're all Sumeru. Dumbass. Yo, I want Vimara Village music. I was about to ask you about Genshin music, but then I realized that you don't listen to Genshin music. Whose specialty dish do you think looks the tastiest? Aurora Zaria's Thorns rotisserie chicken. I should have most people's specialty dish still here. I want to try to get rid of all my food because this is a bit ridiculous. My quest to have one of everything just ruined me. Jeans is nothing special, it's just mushroom pizza. I need to update my game? They did a hotfix? Interesting. The footsteps from Rima were the only thing I could hear, and I thought something was going wrong with my headphones. I need to stop using my phone to look stuff up. I have a computer. I'm not hot. Do not
The scribe's
exaggerate.
work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position.
The fact that this is so... Oh, I need to get Sakura blooms, for fuck's sake. I don't even think I have those. I might have like 2. Where would they even be? Not in here. Sakura bloom. Well, they're a pain in the ass to collect. You need an Electro character. Do I even have one? Next to the beetle? Oh, 26. That's not enough! It's not as it's not as pathetic as my Core Lapis, but... Or my Philanimo mushrooms. Why can't they be easy like Windwheel Asters? No, I know where pretty much all of them are. I've technically farmed like probably over 300 or so of them. But obviously only one person can take them per world. So that usually wasn't me taking them. Hopefully you didn't cook with them? Oh, I definitely cooked with them. I try to master every dish, but... Again, that's another thing that I'm kind of like... They make it such a pain in the ass. Like, you're joking. I gotta get... whatever this is. Jam. You want me to get jam. And to get jam, you need sugar. And 2 simple fruit. But I have to go buy sugar. Or get a bunch of sweet flour. But sweet flour is reserved for sweet madames. Hara fruit are stupid to get. All of this is sugar. Spice? I think there's only one place that sells spice. Rioteering as we speak. You coming back, homeboy? Also, I still need to do this. I'm gonna put a... Am I allowed to do that? Nope. Oh, right, you're doing your commissions. I'm sorry. I got impatient.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever. Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples. Wait. Huh? No.
Dude, the novel commission takes forever.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Sorry, I'm texting at the moment.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject
Is
them
she
all.
hot or is she cold? She's my ex. Don't you think my craftsmanship deserves a little, you know, something, something?
There are so many local specialties in Sumeru. I want to buy more.
A story about letters?
I gotta grow up quickly so I can go find Rana.
Guys, shut up. I just want to listen to the music. In third grade, we had a thing where we were given pen pals who were 6th graders. Which, by the way, really weird, but when you're in 3rd grade, a 6th grader straight up looks like an adult. And it's very jarring when you keep aging, and then you think that everybody that's younger than you looks like a toddler, but you don't feel yourself aging. Aging is weird. Weird as fuck. Anyway, we were required to write in all cursive, and the person that I got would draw like a complete picture over the envelope that he would put the letter in to send for me. Well, send as in, like, you know, they would just give them to us. What boss am I even doing? I'm doing Ayaka's stuff. But what the hell does she take? Yes, I know what a perpetual heart is. I hate all of these websites. Bloating the internet. with all these terrible pages. So the mechanical array. We can actually fight this. I won't fight it twice. I'm gonna do artifacts. That's way more fun. I will use Alhaitham whenever possible, though. He's, like, the only person I can use viably that needs friendship XP.
The scribe's work is simple.
Where are you? Oh, hey. I was like, how are you under me?
Outlines your brain.
Time to go.
Stand with me. Body of no, my sword.
Come on, do the thing.
Our bond is strong.
Barely off.
Rain cutter.
Here you are.
Looking for a fight?
One with wind and cloud.
Yes. Give me 3. So then I shall dedicate 1 boss fight per day for that. Until I need as much as I need. Dude, literally, these websites make me quite angry. Are you serious? It's a screenshot of a Twitter widget? Oh my god. This is why I'm glad that I have... This is why I'm glad that I have ad block on. Chug for luck. I did not refill it because I didn't think I would be here this long. Be right back. I'm not refilling that again. That was also quite rude of me. I apologize. Oh, thank God.
Process of elimination.
No, I've got 2 mirrors left over. Also, what are you trying? What's this? No feathers, no flowers, please. Kazuha's fucking smirk at this angle.
No. Whatever.
No, I mean, a lot of our characters in Genshin have a lot of tassels and dangly things, but would you not think that a vision on your shoulder, like, swatting at you? Like, look, it's literally doing it right now. Do you not think that would be really annoying? Constantly tapping you on the shoulder? Let's see, who are the exceptions to this rule? Ito's got his on his neck. Zhongli has his on his butt. He's got it on his chest. Kazuha has it on his back. Xiao has it on his... Xiao's got a really small vision. It's just on his glove. Why did they not count? It's still like a place that they chose to put it. Jeans is just floating. I mean, this isn't her regular outfit, I guess.
Not enough to cultivate intelligence.
Shenhe. Ooh, Shenhe's is cool. She made it into what holds her braid there. Eula's is also on her chest. Ganyu's basically on a belt line. Chi-Chi's is on her hat. That's cute. Cyno? It's on his belt. Your fakiness? Where's your vision? Surely that's not it. No, that can't be it. Hello? Raiden, Shogun, and Nahida don't have one. Interesting. Keqing's is on her back, at least with the skin. Tighnari, belt. Nilou, ribbon on her back. Ito's got his on his belt.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess
attached to pant. Mona on her little cape. Child has his on his belt. Waist. Integrated into her outfit? Cleese is on her backpack. Belt. Hello?
There are leaves.
Oh!
I know
Ha!
just the tune to
I looked at the
accompany
wrong one, I think. I was like, that's not fucking it. Or maybe I stared straight at it. I just didn't notice the design. Yeah, it's kind of subtle. Goros is on his back. Don't ask me why I know that.
Wait.
Ribbon. This one's on his pouch. Belt. Am I stupid? Sucrose. Hello? Oh, it's on her coat.
If you ever want to trade tactics,
Beto waistline.
I
Barbara's
wonder
is
when
on
I'll be as
her
tall as my big sister.
ribbon. Belt boy. This is also on a pouch. Belt. Pouch. Oh, so many pouch visions. That is 100% for Genius Invocation TCG deck. Belt.
I created another universe
This
and
is on
founded
her a belt, essentially. That's cool. Shoulder pad. Bro. On her leg. But on a cocktail shaker? Drank from Vision Cup. Necklace.
It is the last link I have to the
coat.
land of my birth.
Waist.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence.
Oh,
Although
that's
scholar.
Neat. Little flower. Keeps her drinks cold.
Wait.
This is also basically on his belt. Back booty. Hat. Belt. On his coat. This one's on her basket. These people putting their visions on another object that isn't always necessarily on them is kind of scary. I say as I have a vision on my backpack. Waist, belt. Belt. On her drum.
There are leaves around. Wait. And I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
You can't get rid of them, but what? I know Kuching tried to break it, but you can't just lose it? It just always comes back? Interesting. So if I lose my vision, it'll come back to me? What do you mean, probably? Wait, what the fuck is this? This is not what I asked for. I mean... I could focus purely on my crit artifacts. That means I can redo Flower and Feather. if this thing rolls well. And it has energy recharge. I mean, overall, this is objectively better, but I was hoping to do maybe attack percent, but this is probably a safer bet. I've got a Cryo Liwa vision.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all. Wait. No. Whatever.
I mean, it's better than what I had, I guess. Get rid of that piece of garbage. Oh, that means I don't have any food anymore. No more food artifacts? They're like literally all gone. Lord have mercy. But Liwa, obviously, because I'm Chinese.
Wait.
And when I asked people before what element they thought I would have, they said either hydro or cryo. That was cool. I'm gonna have like maybe 16,000 primos when Ayaka comes out. Well, it's been fun. You know the deal. I was gonna let you do the quest. What quest? I'm not doing anything. Quests are for Sundays. If there's a random event, then that's a rest in peace, I guess. Final remarks before I go to sleep late? Oh yeah, no, that's a Sunday thing. And besides, the time that I've spent... No, I will not be in Discord in any capacity today. The time that I spent streaming Genshin today is actually not going towards the program, which is unfortunate. But I might need... I don't know how I'll manage it. Or, I guess I shouldn't worry about it. It's just Primo Gems. Well, give it a few minutes first, almost at 10 hours. Dude, I'm not staying around for 8 more minutes. Are you kidding me? Forget that. Nah. It's a useless milestone. I can't even believe it. I was supposed to be gone like over an hour ago. And I'm over here playing Genshin Impact. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll play some more Fire Emblem. At least I think I'll be back tomorrow. Is it? I told Takaro I would be back. Oh, but it's gonna be colder! No! God damn it, dude. Well, you may or may not see me tomorrow. It depends. Well, I'm trying to work on the arcade cabinet. And tomorrow is the warmest day that Remington and I have kind of cleared. I mean, I still don't have a stone set schedule, which is whatever. But I feel bad leaving you guys alone. Just be like, I see you guys tomorrow, and then I don't show up. But you'll probably see you I will probably see you tomorrow. You will probably see me tomorrow. I told Takaru that I would be here tomorrow. If not, worst case scenario is that I work on it for a little bit. I eat dinner, and then it gets dark, and then I come on. But we'll see what happens. Because I don't have very long to get that thing done. I've like a little less than 3 weeks to finish it. And so we've got only a few days that line up to work on it. Hello? Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed and try not to think about anything. Mr. Pale and Purposeful? Who you calling pale? I'm heartbroken. I'll get skin cancer for that. Good night. Thanks for sticking around.